knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off as friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, it's so cold outside, break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, it's so cold I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here on screen. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now. Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused.
Hi Everynyan. Let me turn that down. How is everyone? Hi. Hi, Blue Gloss. Hi, Crest. Hi, Spoof. Hi, Mom. I see you guys. I have a list. I can see who's in stream. Anyways. Hi. How are you guys doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Lost my mind again. But yeah, we're gonna finish our, or I don't know if we'll finish it. We're gonna keep playing the visual novel we were playing. Because it's really good, and I've been wanting to play it. I want to play it before this weekend, because I don't know if I'll get the chance to play it this week. So that's why we're gonna stream in the middle of the week. I know I really shouldn't, given that I just finished a 10.5 hour workday, and I did 10.5 hours yesterday, and I'm gonna do 10.5 tomorrow. But I want to play it. And I'm not going to leave you guys out of it. You guys can watch it with me. So yeah, let's go ahead and yeah, just load the gaming game thing. Thingy, if I can start the game without breaking it again. I shouldn't break everything. We're continuing Cage of Roses. Our wonderful Yuri visual. It's so good. Volume. Hime presents. You guys didn't get to see the intro. There's our girl. Anyway, I don't need the keypad board. I need to put the keyboard away because this cat's gonna jump on me in a minute because it's cold. Oh. Uh-oh, come on. Oh, that's right, I gotta do this. We're in we just started Act 3. Hi, Hardy-chan! So we'll continue from Act 3. Happy New Year! Has anyone gotten tied up yet? Maybe not. Who remembers, who knows? Hi, Ivory! Happy New Year, Hardy-chan! That's right, it is the new year for you. It is a little bit past midnight. Why are you awake? But yeah, we will continue. Let me put my reading voice. Oh my god. So people stop messaging my work phone. Cross your fingers. Sunday eventually arrived, after what seemed entirely too long, and with it came Henny's visit to St. Cecilia's Devar. If you guys remember, Henny is Nikki's maid, when they got separated. But basically tried to sacrifice herself to the escape. And Henny is now in the city. Now we're following Henny's stuff to see what happens. Talk to Father Dvorak, who is a priest who hunts monsters and does exorcisms to try to get rid of the vampire that is keeping Nikki captive, quote unquote. Agnes is the maid that Henny met. While the guy's, I don't remember his name. I just know he's a dick. Thingy. He kept in his house. Agnes accompanied Henny on this excursion, strolling beside her with a definite spring to her step. St. Cecilia's wasn't so far from Walter Gerhardt's home. Two women made it to the church impressive edifice in the town. Once inside the building, both Agnes and Henny took a seat upon the pews to wait patiently for the sermon to begin. The congregation was seated. A man took to the pulpit. He cut a tall, striking figure dressed primarily in black, his arms and legs slender, dark hair. And his dark hair dark, glossy. I can English. I am not getting ahead of my blonde. Even from a distance, Henny could tell he was a young man. His bones high, his face devoid. Henny wasn't sure how old she would place him exactly, but she didn't think him to be much more than 25. He looks older than that. Curious, she glanced at Agnes and murmured, "Is that Father Devorak?" "Yes, that's right." "Oh, I'm glad he is here. I was worried he mightn't be, and our trip would be for nothing." "This is quite the relief. But it's too early to ask him any questions. You'll have to wait until the sermon is over." "But he has such a way with words, so his sermons are never a bit dull. I'm sure you'll enjoy." Distrustfully, Henny glanced back at Father Devorak. She was in too anxious of a state to think of overly much about anything save rescuing me. Enjoying herself seemed a foreign concept to the young maid ever since she had fled from Lena's home. "Lena is the vampire that we... She is me for real, for real. Just lonely. It's okay, though. We will see her again. After we get past Henny's part. There would be time enough for fun later. Maybe, maybe not." Henny was doubtful that the priest would be able to aid her as Agnes. She had thought that he would be truly capable of self-made business owner. Mike Walter Gerhardt quoted, while smoking cigars in their studies, often seemed 50s or 60s, domed foreheads. Henny knew little about people who knew this, having seen the plaster busts of Seneca and Aristotle upon Walter. Father Devorak seemed little more than a boy compared to these ancient philosophers. This was not enough to make potential help. Cautiously intrigued by what the father might have to say, Henny settled upon the pew. He sat in silence as Father Devorak spoke, and as he did so, Henny felt his blush open. It was, after all, as Agnes said, Father Devorak's voice was chorus and which seemed to fill the church despite not being overly loud, sweet as milk and honey and just as enticing. Maybe this guy's vicious. As Father Devorak spoke, his eyes swept across the assembled faces of the congregation. They were very dark eyes. Notice a rich voice, was soulful and soothing. Father's gaze seemed to settle midway during his sermon upon Henny. It seemed as though he was looking straight at her, divining all of her anxieties with any flow. Suddenly shy, she averted her gaze at her interwoven fingers lying on her. Agnes had been right about his oratory gift. What of his ability to help? That was more important than his ability to espouse it about God in his many mirrors. Henny shifted in her seat as the sermon drew to its close, despite uncomfortable anxiety. She had tried not to raise her hopes overly much the night prior, for fear of being disappointed, but no longer continued. Her anticipation ran deep, just like if he could not aid her, who could? Henny knew of nobody else to turn to. This Father Devorak, young though he was, the only hope she had. The sermon came to an end after what seemed both too short and too time, and with it came a flurry of activity. Creation. Most walked to the church's exit without further preamble. Others paused by the pews of their neighbors to share gossip about the latest going-ons in there. Yet a few more stragglers stayed behind to offer their thanks to Father Devorak, who responded with a modest smile. Henny was among these stragglers, self-consciously. Doubts had begun to creep up on her, much like shadows. She wanted to speak to Father Devorak, but now that she had an opportunity, she felt afraid to. She was anxious that all her hopes would be dashed once and for all, and she would be left with no further recourse to aid. But Henny was a practical woman. Knew she would accomplish nothing by dithering and the last of the finely dressed women complimented first and the church was over. Penny stood there still at her pew, her fingers twisted at the her eyes met Father Dvorak's, who looked at her in turn, his head tilted. It was now or never. Penny would not have been able to forgive herself had she squandered the chance Agnes had. You'll be all right, Henry. Agnes prompted her. I won't hang around for you. I wouldn't want to, but I'll be supporting you from afar. Please tell me how everything goes. I'm eager to hear what Father Dvorak has to say. I hope he can be of help. Me too, Agnes. Thank you for suggesting herbs. I really do appreciate it. Anytime. Anything to help. Beaming brightly, Agnes departed, leaving Henny and Father Dvorak alone. Henny inhaled, steeling her nerves, and took a step forward. The sound of her footsteps against St. Cecilia's floor sounded impossibly, probably loud. Breath caught in her. Father Dvorak. Henny addressed the man. Once she was a few paces away from him, hands clasped at her. Yes? Ooh, what do I want to do with this? Yeah. Father Dvorak responded in turn, his brown eyes softening as he saw Henny. There's something you would like to know. Always open for discussion, particularly if there's various issues. Your expression is awfully. This guy sounds like a charlatan. Who is it? I didn't know. I'm sorry for him. I've never been this parish before, and we've never met. You're not under any obligation to help me, but now this is. Gently, the father reprimanded Henny, simply boyish. As a priest, it is my duty to help, regardless of where it might come from. Your birthplace is of no relevance at all to me. I will listen to you, so would like to know your name. That would make it easier for us. Oh yes. My name is Henrique. I don't come from Augsburg, but a smaller town a little ways away. I used to work for the von Essen. From their account that I've come here today. So you are Frau Henrique then. And it seems that you are in a spot of bother. Oh yes, well, I am not the one in a bother really. I'm fine, as you should be able to see. It's my mistress who's in real peril. I tried to talk to about her fiance earlier. That would be her Gerhardt, but he didn't seem to grasp how serious it was. He's not lifted so much as a finger to help make it, though she was to be his wife. That's why I came to see you. I had no other choice. I don't think anybody else in Augsburg would believe. Dear me. This does sound like quite the complicated situation you found yourself. But no matter, I shall listen regardless. I shall do my best to it. I can't promise I will have all the answers for your problems, but I will try. First, however, would you care to sit down? You are shaking. Oh yes. Oh yes, thank you. Henny took a seat upon one of the pews constructed, while Father Dvorak did the same. Facing her, the priest then. You may continue. But before that, you might do better address me Johann. Johann? Rather than Father. Less formal, I find it more conducive to putting people. Is Johann your name? Father Dvorak. Johann, rather, nodded. It's easier for to get their tongue around. I know some people have trouble with it. Right. Thank you, Father. I mean, Johann. What I want to talk about, my son, are ridiculous. Believe me, it's no tall. I wouldn't have come here on the day of the Lord if it was. I don't hold with wasting people's times, no matter what her heart might be. Everything I'm about to tell you is the truth. Honest to God, I swear it even in the house of the Lord. Saw it all with my own two eyes. My mistress, my Meike. She's been abducted by a vampire. Silence fell following Henny's improbable, unbelievable exclamation. Silence seemed to weigh thick beside things, even thicker than the stone columns which supported its vaulted ceiling. Henny stared at her interwoven fingers, which rested upon her lap, unable to meet. She was afraid. If she lifted her head, she would see upon its usual face the same derision at which Walter had regarded her in his. If she saw scorn in Johann's gaze, she feared all her hopes would wither and die. It was Penny's immense relief, therefore. Johann did break the silence. It was not to admire. He sounded bemused more than anything he said. A vampire? Yes, that's right. There's a vampire that lives in the forest, Father. I mean, Johann, and she kidnapped poor Meike. I know it sounds batty, barmy, and I'm not making it up, I swear. Her Gerhardt threatened to send me to the asylum for telling tall tales, but I never would. My mother brought me up better than that. Yes, I believe. You don't strike me as the sincere sort, and I have no desire to cast any aspersion on your mother. I've never met the woman, but I imagine she must be a goodly sort to raise so astute a daughter. Now, what can you tell me about this vampire? What was she like? When did all this happen? And how did you and your unfortunate mistress? Oh, Father. Penny was so relieved at Johann's lack of judgment, she could have cried in relief. Tears did begin to sting her eyes. Mary was so very touched, but she wiped them. Johann did not seem to think her in immediate incarnation. That might change if she began to sob like hysterical. Hello, reactions. I see you, Nyan. It was an immense amount of self-control that Henny inhaled and launched into her tent. She told Johann her journey through the forest with the von Essen family, how their carriage had been attacked by bandits. Told him of Lord and Lady von Essen's untimely deaths and how he had been able to rescue Meike before the bandits. Told Johann about how she had run through the forest, Meike in tow as the fog swirled around them, killing her. She told him that Meike had fallen and knocked herself unconscious, and she had feared what they would be done for. Unable to run away without her mistress, Henny had tarried while the bandits approached. She expected to be disposed of quickly with a knife through the roof, but the killing blow had not come. Strange, willowy woman, Magdalena, Henny now knew her as, had stepped forth from the fog which swirled around her and soon dispatched these brigands. Her strength had far outstripped that of an ordinary woman, as had her speed, had decapitated 3 men, then faced down the 4th, all without pause. The sheer shock of this overwhelmed Henny, and she herself shortly passed out. Upon waking, she found herself in a cell along Meike, and that was when also their captor, their tormentor. Johann listened to all this quietly, and once Henny had finished with her address, sat back, her expression inscrutable. That does sound quite like... Not blame. Nyan, how are you doing? I am fine, Nyan. How are you reactions? It is admirable that you were able to recount the journey and so lucid. I commend your dedication to your mistress and your desire to aid. The pair of you must be awfully. Yes, we are. Meike is my dearest friend. I've known her since we were both little. She means the world to me. I'm good. That's good, Nyang. She's much, much more than my mistress. I've been meaning to find a way to save her for at least 2 weeks, and I've not made any progress. I can't find anybody who will listen to me. And that, I presume, why you came. It is, yes. I was told that you would listen to any problem, no matter what it might be. But if I'm being honest, I'm not sure how you can help. I saw what the monster is capable of. He is no ordinary human. He cut down 3 fully grown men and only a handful of... It does sound... You are correct. You have no need to fret about it. I have no qualms in strange powerful might exist, hidden in the shadows, or have born. And you don't think I'm lying? If I did, I would surely be a happier. But no, I do not. I can believe your words. Eve, you beautiful, cute cat of happiness, as me. Even though I'm not always happy, I am adorable. Thank you. Stinky snakes. Reactions to Stinky sneaking his lurking. As for your other concern, Johann smiled failed him, frowning now as he recrossed his legs and sighed. That is more a thorny one. So I do believe you. I doubt I would be able to confront a creature such as this. I am only a man myself, and not a great. There's little I can feasibly do on. So it is rather fortunate that I don't operate on. Birdie-chan is stinky. I have a colleague who I think may be of some use. Growl Henny. She should be able to help, should your plight pique her interest, but she isn't present. If you wish for an audience with her, you will need to return to this church later tonight. The sun has set. Do you think you can do that? Oh yes, of course I can. If you can help my Meke, you or your colleague, then I'll be more than willing to. I might have to wait until midnight to slip out, but I'll be here as soon as I can. You have my word. Johan spoke as though Henny had no choice in the matter, but Henny knew she didn't. Johan's offer for help, tenuous though it was, Henny had to grasp. Her meeting with Johan concluded. Henny returned to Walter Gerhardt's home, whereas she thought to keep both her mind and body occupied. So Sunday was supposedly a day of rest. This held true only for in the mornings for Walter Gerhardt. After midday, they were expected to resume their old routine, wiping down banisters, floors, palms, the word, and myriad of other tasks which kept every moment occupied. The other maids murmured mutinously to themselves as they attended their chores, their malcontent spearheaded by Hermione, but Hermione welcomed the work. She was so desperate for a distraction that even Gertrude's sour expression was. It served as a reprieve from her own anxious thoughts, all of which were centered around Meke. Would Johan really be able to help her? It was strange he had asked her to visit him later in the day, and he supposed he must have. He would find out soon enough, she supposed, during her second visit to St. Cecilia. It was hours until the sun was set, however, so until then, Henny kept herself. She deflected Agnes's curious questions about her meeting with Johan. I'll explain later. As she kept her head down, impervious to Hermione's razor-sharp glares and her occasional whispers of, why is she still here anyway? She isn't one of us. She doesn't belong here. She's not trying to belong either. She never talks to any of us except dozy old Agnes, and what she sees her is a mystery. I can't stand the way she holds herself, as if she's so much better than the rest of us. Who does she think she is? The Queen of Sheep. Take the pots. I took the She might have worked in a fancy house. Nothing more than a commoner. Oh, how cruel she is. She might have been whispering, but it's clear she wanted to hear it. She might be pretty, but beneath that face, she's nothing more than a monster. You really think so? Yeah, she's so wicked. It makes my blood boil. I don't know what you can stand. Oh, I have my way. Henry replied vaguely while wiping down the many windows laid in the hall. She might be an ill-tempered creature, but so are a lot of people, especially pretty ones. I'm prepared to bet that Hermione, who was complimented one too many times, and she displayed her sense of self-worth on all reasonable lines. I don't think she's evil, though. She's certainly no monster. Hermione was young Lena, white of lemon, red of eye, with incisors sharp enough to bite through. Henny did not care for her, but she would not deny that she was human. Even the bandits who had murdered Lord Larry von Essen, albeit a moral one. Lena, meanwhile, was something else altogether. Well, maybe you're right. I do think she's a bully, though. Tried though I may, I just can't bring myself to like her. I think that's fair. I don't like the prissy miss very much myself, but I've suffered worse than her silly insults. They don't really bother. That was true too. Henny had long since learned that though Hermione talked a lot, none of the things she said were worthless. It was all silly gossip. Hermione treated everybody poorly, even the sycophantic scullery maids who buzzed about her, believing they were her friends. Hermione, in all her petty cruelty, seemed not the sort of person who was capable of having friends. She only had acolytes and acquaintances. Once more, Henny wondered why Walter Gerhardt put up with her. But that, she supposed, was largely irrelevant. Hermione spent that Sunday flouncing about, flipping her hair over her shoulders as opposed to doing any real work, which eventually earned her Gertrude tired. Nosy old hag. Hermione cursed after receiving a stern talking to the housekeeper over her content. What's her problem? I swear, she has something against me. I've ever even done anything to her. She's such a bitch. Henny, for her part, rather rejoicing Hermione is not just because she felt her mind deserved it, which she did. The Francas between Hermione and Gertrude had afforded Henny an opportunity to slip and ring a key. These will be later then. I only hope Gertrude would not spy you were missing, not until she had successfully met Wheel. That would scupper her plan. Penny had attended to her chores and with bated breath, waiting for Gertrude to bear upon them, both flared, spitting queries about the mess. Merriman's relief. However, nothing happened. The day wore on without further event. Eventually, the sun began to set beneath her. The working day thus finished, and the maids were dismissed by Gertrude, who soon then retreated to the circle. Two of the maids played a game of cards among themselves, while the others busied herself. Agnes, meanwhile, still Penny sighed and softly said, "So now you will tell me what happened. What did Father Dvorak say?" He didn't say much after all, really, other than he was sorry for my plight. We didn't decide on any particular plan of action, but he asked me to come back to the church tonight so we can talk more properly. Properly? Agnes' brows furrowed. Why couldn't you talk earlier? He said he had an acquaintance he wanted me to meet. I'll be around later. Apparently she is the one who will be able to help. An acquaintance, is it? It must be an odd sort of acquaintance. I only speak to people after sundown, but I trust Father Dvorak. Maybe it's another vampire. You get to see all of the vampires. He says he can help you, then surely she must. He's not the sort to send people out on wild goose chase. Oh, I certainly hope not. Penny sighed gloriously, then looked out the window, altar socially sprawling garden, and street beyond it. The sun had already sunk below the horizon. The roofs of the houses looked very dark, indeed almost sinister. I'm fixing my heater. It's all on my feet. I have a lot of expectations riding upon tonight's visit to your favorite father. If he lets me down after all of this, I'm sure he won't. You should have more faith, and so will I. I'll be wishing you well, not that my wishes be. I know, I'm just a stupid girl like Hermione. I really do want the best for you. I know you do. Don't you fuss too much about Hermione. No, I don't. Nothing she says is worth much. How could it be when I just emptier than a hot air balloon? Agnes started to giggle at this, which alerted Hermione's attention. She broke off mid-complaint. The words, "that bitch," still stapled to her lips, but lowered. The two women stood by the window. And what mine asking is so very funny. Would you mind sharing with the rest of us? Oh, it's nothing really, Hermione. If it was really nothing, you wouldn't be laughing. And why are you apologizing? You haven't been telling tales on me to our new friend, have you, Agnes? No, I would never. I hope for your sake that you wouldn't. It would be very silly to make an enemy out of me. I might not seem like much, being but a scullery maid, but I have friends in high places. If I wanted to, I could easily make your life a living hell. Please don't try my fate. I won't, I promise. Very good. Keep out of mischief. You too, Henry. I don't know what you two are up to, always stuck in your heads together and murmuring. But I don't like it. You keep up with this, I'll tell her Gerhardt about you and you'll be out on your ear quicker than a blink. I don't think her Gerhardt needs to stay out of his home. She's been chomping at the bit already. Oh, he's been chomping at the Gerhardt, not. Well, I agree with you on that. You shouldn't even. Why her Gerhardt let you stay with us isn't. You're pretty, I can at least understand that, but you couldn't be further from the truth. You're so plain, I can't imagine any man ever wants you. Your brush with death is your only claim to fame. The shock of that will soon wear off. When it does, you can bet you won't be here much longer. That suits me just fine. I don't intend to stay here much longer. Henny turned her back on her. Her mind turned her back on Henny. Henny had brewed settled for the time being. Sighing, Henny leaned her elbows on the windowsill and sighed. She had no desire to be drawn further into Hermione's petty. What did Hermione matter when Mickey was still shut away in Lena's suffering? So, Agnes spoke softly, so not be heard once again. Are you gonna meet with Father Dvorak? Of course, I've got to hear him out at least, and I'm interested in his assistant. Me too, I have no idea he had a assistant. My wife told me this Yuri is speaking, she is correct. Does she know what this is? Does she know what Cage of Roses is, Fartbath? Hi, Fartbath. It's so good. Can't wait to get back to Mickey and Lena. You might have some trouble slipping out undetected. The doors are all locked and done. Only most of the senior staff members have keys. I thought that might be the case, but not to worry. It's on her Steam, so I guess. Yes. I would get along with your wife. Penny smiled. She patted her pocket, feeling the grooves of Gertrude's fabric of her skirt. I should be fine. I hope so. Oh, do take care of yourself. Don't get caught when you're sneaking out. At least don't get lost on your way to church, and don't speak to any strange men. Penny chuckled. I know, don't fret. I'll head straight to the church once the bell is tolled for midnight, and I'll head straight back once I finish with Father Dvorak. I'll be just fine. Don't wait up for me. She says as if I'm not agreeable. What do you mean? Oh, she always lays in. Not that she has such a hip. I didn't read the last one. Yes, I noticed. Try not to pay her too much. It's hard not to when she talks so much, but that shouldn't be too hard tonight. Get along with her, not me. Lame! Well, you say mean things. And she agrees that the Yuri is good. We have very different takes on. Rather than worry about her, I'll be too busy thinking of you. I can pray for you too, if you think that would help. Agna. Penny smiled, touched by new by the young girl's concern. Nobody in Walter Gerhardt's residence did care really much about Penny or her missing mistress, except for Agna. Penny glad she had found at least one ally in Walter in hospital. It was one ally more than she expected, and it made her feel less alone. Thank you. You are very sweet. Hour wore on, and the maids began to tire. Yawns spread throughout them. They brushed their hair and played cards. Yawns which were as contagious as any illness. Her mind rose from her bed, then stripped herself of her maid's attire and into her nightgown. Prompted a flurry of undressing. Penny, too, changed into her nightgown and slipped away beneath the covers. She did not want any of her fellow maids, particularly the eagle-eyed Hermione, to guessing. She laid abed, curled up on her side, and waited for what seemed an interminable amount of time until the room was full of. Once Penny was sure everyone was asleep, rose and changed once more into her maid dress, being the only outfit she had. She changed quickly under the covers of darkness, fearful for making. Her heart thumped all the while Gertrude's keys sat heavy in her pocket, a visible manifestation of her crime. SMH my head. I'm gonna SMH your head. There'd be a lot of trouble if her thievery was discovered. She would be put in the stocks at the very least, and perhaps in prison, either in a gaol or an asylum, as Walter had threatened. But Henny knew she couldn't let such threats unsettle her. It was too late to fuss about returning the key. She had it, and with it she made her way of escaping Walter Gerhardt's. She could not afford to miss her appointment with Johann. Henny was still doubtful whether she could really help her. He was her only lead. It was either him or nothing. Newly dressed, Henny paused at Agnes' bed. To Henny's surprise, Agnes was still awake. Her eyelids fluttered in the dark. She murmured, "Good luck out there." Thank you very much, but remember my earlier warning. You really don't need to wait up for me. You young girls need your beauties. And you don't need to keep calling me Henrique either. I've always found it too. Henny is fine. Alright then, Henny, stay safe. I will, I always do. Surviving is one of my talents. So saying, Henny slipped from the servant's quarters. Shut the door soundlessly behind her, giving the room a backward glance, not even a wave to Agnes. Now her thoughts were filled with nothing but making. Henny kept down the stairs and crossed the narrow servants' hallway. Steps sounded uncomfortably loud in the sky, but she encountered nobody during her trek to her. Quite alone. Henny eventually made it to the back door where deliveries were made. Henny thought it was better to quit the house here. Less likely she would be uncovered by any passers-by out during the night stroll. Henny drew the pilfered keys from her pockets while trembling feet. Started the key and tried to turn it, but was soon met with resistance. The door refused to budge. She must have selected the wrong key. Henny clicked her tongue and tried another key. This too refused to turn the lock. She did the next, and each key Henny tried resulted in further failure, which her imagination reigned. What if the key chain she had swiped off Gertrude's pocket was the wrong one? There were many keys on the chain, all heavy, clunky pieces made from iron, but there was no guarantee that any of them led outside. Cold, hard panic began to settle in the pits of Henny's stomach. Her palms sweaty, Henny tried another key, the 8th. She had been kept counting. If she had kept counting what she had. She turned the key and lock, expecting nothing, but oh! The key, this, unlike the rest, did turn as smoothly too, like butter. The lock clicked and the door swung open, cool air rushing forth to meet. Thinking both her lucky sort of she stepped out into the street, closed the back door behind her, locking it and set up. Augsburg streets were still unfamiliar to Henny. She remembered the way Saint Cecilia had ingrained it into her consciousness right there earlier. But she should be required to return. Henny had not imagined that Johann would ask her to come back so soon, or so late. She then stepped at the moon. The moon was not yet in full, but soon it would be. Hung above the roofs, all the fine houses, taking their chimney stacks and wrought iron railing, certified. Henny hurried on, her footsteps echoing about the street. She prayed as she walked that she not run into anybody, not that she knew the city was strange to her, the people. The wind brushing against Henny's exposed cheeks and her face. It was early autumn, and commonly cold for it. Seemed like even the winter went again. Henny had thought little of the coming months, however, being so steeped in thoughts of the past. How could she plan for the future? Nothing of how Meike was. Henny's heart beat in tandem with step against the cobble, and each monotonous strike of her heels she thought of Meike. Please let it not be too late. Please God, I'm begging you, let me find my Meike. If we can be reunited, I'll ask nothing more from you, not for as long as I live. It was fortunate for Henny's nerves, which now were stretched to their breaking point, that it was not so very far. She arrived there in under 10 minutes, but it felt long. Henny had been so entrenched in that time itself seemed to slow to a trickle. Henny's every footstep far too slow despite her hurried gait. The stained glass windows of the church were dark when Henny approached it, imposing one door tight. At a glance, he the most godly of his congregation. Henny hoped this was all subterfuge. Hoped that this was all subterfuge and Johann had not forgotten their promise. Henny approached the wooden doors with faltering steps, more anxious than she had been during light from walking, raised her fist. It was with this cautious eye she glanced about, searching the streets for any sign of life, but she found no way. The streets were not wholly quiet. Henny was of drunken revelry from high tavern. The streets upon which Saint Cecilia and the shops all closed in the light, their windows they slept. Breeze nudged Henny's arm as though spurring her onward. She looked at the wooden door, which towered before her as though to test her. She swallowed, tasting the cold air on her tongue. Then she knocked. Henny knocked hesitantly, fearful of awakening. Fortunately for her, the sound of her knocking was much too loud, almost as loud as the erratic. Henny waited fitfully, shifting from foot to foot, yet heard no noise from within. Was Johann not there? Had he forgotten about her? Perhaps he had simply fallen asleep while waiting. Maybe he had not heard her. Any chance another screamed and knocked more loudly this time. She rapped and rapped until her knuckles felt sore, throwing caution to the wind until... Johann! Frau Henrike, so you did come back. I was beginning to wonder. The door opened, full grown, and there stood Johann, illuminated by the silver of one candlelight, which burned in the church behind. He looked much as he had during Henny's admission. He thought he was taller than recalled. Johann's neat dark hair was parted at the front, and a high forehead was a look of learning. Brown eyes were soft and kept me waiting such a long time. I worried you might have forgotten our arrangement. Hyde Murray was beginning to nag about it. Not that. That's anything. She teases every chance she gets. Wicked creature that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep. It took a while. Bye. I don't think that the other maids would care to know that I'd gotten on for a night stroll. Or her. Ah, yes, I understand. We all have our own circumstances. I apologize if I put you in a tight spot. It's no problem. I imagine you have a good reason for wanting to meet me late, no matter how inconvenient. Hi, Eve. Hi, Denise. Happy New Year. Now, who's this Hyde Murray you speak? Your assistant? Oh yes, that's right. She's here now. Say hello to you, or I think she'll be rather cross that I took the wind from her sails. Knowing her, she would have wanted to introduce herself. She's really very... Johann, have you finished talking yet? I'm getting bored. It's rude to keep a lady waiting, you know. Ah yes, my apologies. Do come away from the door, Frau Henry. Freezing tonight. I'd hate for you to catch your death of cold. Come and warm yourself. You can meet Hyde Marie while you're at it, and then you may tell her all you told. I'm sure she'll be interested in your tale. Anything, Johann, through the church, skirting the priest as she did. St. Cecilia's looked much as it did during the daylight, with its vaulted stained glass windows. The darkness fronted her ear. However, the roasted pewters drowned in shadows. Penny glanced about, unsure of who she was searching for. Then, with wide eyes, she stilled. The figure had been sitting upon one of the pews, so it rose to her feet upon hearing Henny's approach and curtsied. The figure was a diminutive one, so small, in fact, that it made Henny start. Oh, vampire! I was right! She's a vampire! The girl who stood before her, Henny could not think of her as a woman. Evidently young, perhaps 9 or 10 years of age. If she was in double digits, it must have been only barely. Her skin was pale like even the flickering candlelight, and her hair was fair and wavy, all ringlet. The girl's eyes, meanwhile, were wide and staring, and her irises were shocking hue. Gasp. They were not blue or green or even dark gray. They were gold, and suddenly seemed to shine much brighter than the candlelight. The girl's eyes were even more sinister than Lena. Are you Hyde Marie? Yes, that's right. Didn't Johann say as much? He is a vampire! My name is Hyde Marie, and you are Frau Henry. Yes? Yes, that's me. For the past year. Her death gift. Yeah, and her fang. You see her little fang? Or maybe she's a werewolf or something. Or she's got gold eyes, so maybe she's a werewolf. Then you must be the woman Johann and I have been waiting for. It's very good to meet you, although you don't seem to share my sentiment. Why do you shrink from me so, a grown woman like yourself? Don't tell me that you're afraid, just look how small I am. You've nothing to be at all to be scared of. I don't bite. At least not that much. Hyde Marie's eyes had not made it immediately apparent that those teeth of hers sharp as knives were his final nail in the proverbial coffin. Hyde Marie was not an ordinary little girl. She was inhuman. Good God, you're just like her. Like who? Like the creature that captured my mistress. You're another monster. Monster, am I? Is that what you think? Hyde Marie surveyed Henny, her smile unwavering. Holding one hand beneath her chin, the young girl tilted her head and said, I suppose I should take offense, but that might not be entirely inaccurate. To a human like you, I probably do seem like a monster. I won't deny I'm capable of some rather wicked things. Johann keeps me on a tight knee. You'll be the first to tattle on me should I go step out of line. Here's in the church, and then I'll be in trouble. If anybody knows how to strike fear on a mortal, it's these boring men in their clerical robes. Then does that mean you really are a vampire? Naturally, how many ordinary humans do you know with the eyes as bright as mine or teeth as sharp? She is a vampire! I was right! I was human once upon a time, but that feels a very, very long time ago. I doubt the vampires you quarreled with. Oh, don't look so shocked. Johann told me all about it. Could handle candle me. I've been alive, if you care to call it for that, oh, I don't know. I've lost count. Mathematics have never been my strong suit, and it's been a long time my math fails me. I think it must have been at least 400 years between though. 400? It's been about that long, yes. Hyde Marie is prone to exaggerating, but she's truthful in this. She's an ancient vampire, one of the oldest, or so the church believes, in all of Europe. Tut-tut. Hyde Marie clicked her tongue. It's not that polite. No, I talk about a lady's age in a cavalier manner. If we didn't have guests over, I'd bite you for your insolence. It isn't polite, strictly speaking, to threaten people that you would disagree with. Not that you've ever cared about minding your manners. I care enough to not terrify our poor guest out of her wits, so I'm afraid my attempts at magnanimity are not overworking. She's shaking like a leaf. Are you alright, Frau Henry? You aren't about to faint, are you? I know this must be awful, Claude. A lot to swallow is right. This is impossible. If you really are a vampire, then what are you doing in a church, and why are you acting so familiar with the father? Oh dearie me, why couldn't that be, I wonder? Why do you let me elucidate, Fraulein? I may be a vampire, an ancient vampire, but I'm no mindless monster who can think of nothing but her next meal. I've had my fill of screaming humans and flowing butts, so you can rest easy. I've tasted blood better than yours in the past, I'm certain of that. I've drunk so much, but in fact, I've gotten sick of it. It's for the best, I suppose. If I'd kept on my rampaging ways, the church would have seen to me like that. Marie made a gesture now against her neck, which is one of signified execution. I've been working for the church for over a century, servitude in exchange for my continued life, and I've curtailed my bloodlust. I step only upon those whom I've permission to, namely the lucky members of the clergy, tasked with taking care of me. I've only bare these things of mine for Johann. Does that satisfy your concerns, Fraulein? Well, oh please. Marie snorted. Don't tell me that you're still afraid. It will cause you to flee from such a collared dog tied to a post. Marie is telling the truth. She has a lot to bark, but no bite. Well, Johann chuckled softly. Her bite is rather formidable. I'm the only one who has to suffer as consequence. You will be perfectly. I understand that you might fear. I've worked with her for almost 4 years. Never once given me any trouble beyond her tendency to eat your back, that is. There, you see, I'm as good as gold. Why, my heart might even be as pure as a saint. I don't know if I'd go quite that far. Most saints don't pass as bloody as yours. But it is all in the past, Johann. Well and true. Almost 2 centuries in the past. And I've helped the church hunt down many vile vampires, and I've saved scores of screaming virgins. And more than a lot of your silly Christians bartering themselves for no good reason. At least I actually get things done. Why would the church send a vampire to fight other vampires, so it makes no sense? Doesn't it? Marie raised an eyebrow. You know what they say, Fraulein, about fighting fire with fire. The same holds true here. We vampires are a formidable race with unparalleled. Johann would stand no chance against a vampire, being a bumbling human of limited physical strength, but I can make short work of the wicked night walker who has kidnapped your mistress. That I promise. Why would you really be well within my ability? My past record ought to speak for itself. When it comes to hunting vampires, Marie is second to none. Wish to rescue your mistress, must rely upon her. I know you might find her disagreeable, but she's more trustworthy than she appears. Really has been an indispensable ally to me. Why, Johann, you flatter me. Continue to be so. I may have to reward you in turn. Or would you like me to bite you just a little? I've heard some people find it therapeutic. Oh, do behave yourself. What happened to trying to make our guests feel? Johann totted and then turned back to him. So what do you think? Will you consent to letting Marie help you? Well, I will say yes if you really love your mistress, no matter how many misgivings you might have. You can spurn me if you wish, you wouldn't be the only one, but you'll only be hurting yourself in the long run. You shouldn't cut your nose off and bite your face from it. Even if it is rather lumpy, you need me more than I need you. I don't... I mean, Penny stood still for several moments, dithering her heart hammer court drum within her brain. She hadn't imagined that Johann's acquaintance might be another vampire. More fearsome than if it was all a lot to take in, she was still reeling, hurt by Johann's lack of transparency. Stung by Hyde-Marie's impotence, afraid to be in such close proximity to yet another godless. Up until 2 weeks prior, Henny had not known vampires existed. Now she had learned to fear them. Looking at Hyde-Marie made Henry's blood run soaked to the memory of what Lena had done to those. It was impossible that a human could contend with such strength, but Hyde-Marie was not a human. The fellow vampire, perhaps she could well overwhelm Lena. It was worth a try at least. Anything was for Mickey's. I think Lena is stronger than me. Alright, I'm prepared to trust you. Despite my misgivings, I will leave my mistress. What capable hands I have. I'm so fair and slender. Too lovely. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Fraulein. You're most kind. Hyde-Marie took her ornate skirts and both dropped a curtsy. I would be more than happy to. It's been a while since I went, and I've been fitfully bored. For that, however, I would propose a plan. What sort of plan? Will you not go to rescue me, eh? Of course. But tonight would be poor time for it. My services haven't been required in scheduled time. Spending most of my time sleeping to conserve my energy. I need a few days for no small amount of blood. Hyde-Marie looked at Johann, then grinned pleasantly at the gargoyle. I hope you're prepared. It'll be most unfortunate. All of us who were to collapse upon you. You're concerned about me. How kind of you. That makes quite the change. You needn't worry about my resilience. I will be quite alright. Ah, that's what I like to hear. Religious men might be boring, but at least you're strong. No strangers. Grant you that. Lord does send us these trials. Johann smiled wryly, while Hyde-Marie scoffed. Yes, but it won't be your precious Lord who's going to make a meal out of your neck. You can be so cruel. I used to be crueler, but I'm afraid I've lost my edge spending so much time with you. You're terrible. Now we shall pursue this wicked vampire in 1 week's time, on the night of the full moon. My powers should then be at their peak. None should be able to stop me. Then do say the pride comes before the fall, you know. To lesser mortals, perhaps, but not to me. When have I ever failed in my duty? I suppose you have a point. Always do. Smiling smugly, and all of young children have successfully managed to outwit an adult. Hyde-Marie looked at Henny, one hand resting on her. I shall bid you auf Weißwetterstein, the present, Fraulein. The hour is, while we vampires thrive in the dark, you humans need rest. Do not be a stranger, I beg of. I will require your services when the day comes. You can guide me to the woods, the abode of this vampire. Do you need me to stick around, then? Isn't that what I just said? Do you try to listen? You'll never get anywhere if I'm obliged to continuously worry now, please. I'm sure you must be nervous, wandering into the woods so late at night, but you will be quite safe. I will be with you to ensure that Hyde-Marie doesn't get up to any mischief. As if I would. You wound me, Johann. Hyde-Marie pouted, but she put on too theatrical to be heartfelt. Did Hyde-Marie even have the heart in possession, tucked away in her ribcage to be... Henny would have been surprised if the ravages of time had turned it to dust. This vampire's ability, most likely because of my eyes, with some sort of glamour, able to bring me to the Ruffle King. However, I should be able to see all of her trifling. Silly little vampire will be quite for a rude awakening. Oh, I can't wait to see the look of surprise on her face until I slice it off her. This will be going so much fun. I'm like 90% sure that Lena's gonna be stronger than Hyde-Marie is expecting. Henny's nerves were as disorderly as a cargo hold during the storm as she crept through the Augsburg streets, blanking about inky darkness. The sounds of her footsteps on the cobblestone echoed through the dark night while she navigated. Then he could hear the faint sound of revelries and the lots of drunken men consorted in the alehouses after dinner. She had no desire to speak to anybody at the present, particularly not leery, overly talkative sows with beer cider. Henny thought it inappropriate that public houses should be open during Sundays when it's supposed to be the day of rest. But she had little room to judge. She too had spent her Sunday running errands. Said errands had been clerical and She had spent the midnight hours in the church consorting with the priest. What could be more respectable? This background looks from. I don't know. There was Hyde Marie to consider any support. She wasn't sure what to think. Hyde Marie was a strange, unnerving creature whose existence fit in the face of God himself. Penny could recall with startling clarity the stark pale Hyde Marie's unnerving irises, full, just like fields of wheat or expensive jewelry. Though Hyde Marie was smaller than Lena, and very clearly younger, they must have been cut from the same cloth, two alike monsters, one alike profession. Lena kidnapped ladies for sport and drained them of their blood. No, she doesn't. Hyde Marie, meanwhile, seemed determined to help them. Penny was unsure whether she could trust Hyde Marie, but knowing Smile had been deceived. But she did trust Yule. He appeared to be every inch of gentleman Agnes even been tempered and eager to help her. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. He looks like a jester. If he could keep Hyde Marie in hand, perhaps we would really be able to find and rescue Make. That was what Henny wanted to believe. She did not like to think about her efforts to help Make would all be in vain, or that she was. Henny knew she should not discount the possibility it had been over a fortnight since he had been taken prisoner, but neither did she want to dwell. She had no ally, so she had found them an unlikely pace, and things soon would be set in motion. With Hyde Marie and Johan's help, she would venture forth into the world to find Lena's home. There she would confront the wicked vampire who had imprisoned Make. Like a fairy tale, everything would end happily ever after. Though the fairy tale Henny as a child had really ended. The fairy tales imported from France, such as Cinderella, had ended cheerfully enough, with goodness reigning triumphal and royal wedding. But the homespun tales, which originated in German soil, were less of a cheerful fact. Those tales were full of dead and dying children, fastened body parts and heads locked. Penny shivered, the cold wind snipped her fingers. No, she would not think of that. Mickey wasn't dead. She couldn't be dead. If she lost faith in Mickey, no better than Walt. She'd given up on her fiance earlier than most Drakes might have, but he would not. She had known Mickey ever since they were been children, and she believed, by God, how earnestly she wanted to believe Mickey still lived. Mickey might have appeared frail, but she was not the sort of simply given. She had more panache and reflection would have credited. That was my Mickey, and her mother had always been at loggerheads. Lady Von Essen had not known what to do with her child, who had been so infuriatingly willful. Lady Von Essen had thought that Mickey's stubbornness was a and he had always thought otherwise. And he loved Mickey for her firing. She would always accept her mistress, so her parents and later her fiance had. That was why she meant to strive so hard for Mickey. She would do anything to ensure her mistress's safety and lacerate her soul. It was not glass, fortunately, which Penny had to navigate, but were far less precarious. Penny stole away to Walter Gerhardt's home, which was larger, more imposing than ever in the shadows. As she crept out the back door where the servants all save the watchful moon, that her ill-gotten key locked into it. Before soon stepped inside. She locked the door behind her, stashed the keys away in her pocket, and removed them, lining them outside of the lawn. Quiet as a session, she crept through Walter's house. She navigated the kitchen and servants' quarters till she could ribbon open at her door. During her nighttime wander, Penny met no opposition. It was past midnight. Walter's household was at rest. The magic of sleep infused her very ill. Even Gertrude, lurking, now been lying in her private quarters. Whatever it was housekeeping, working orders to make it remains high most. Penny knew that Gertrude lessened pressed when she discovered a set of her keys had gone missing. Penny would have to finagle someone returning them. I mean, right now the best chance would be just to hide them under something. Gertrude dropped them. That could wait for later. Penny had more pressing concerns weighing up. She crept across the hallway, praying the wooden floor to give her away. I don't think Gertrude would finally upon her about at night. Walter for that. She could hear Walter's officious lounged in his escritoire, master of all. I take you into my. This is how you repay me, seeking out at odd hours like a common thief. Gertrude, have you no shame? I have tried to be patient with you, Frau Henry. This is the final straw. I want you gone from my house as soon as you even had a chance to infect any of my other maids with your lousy conduct. Yes, Henny. Oh, that sounded about right. Though something was missing from he hadn't peppered his. Smiling to herself, Henny let herself from her room. For her midnight rounded. Walter Gerhardt's household. The other maids were all in bed in their night. Turned over on her side. Her hair. Agnes was snuffling softly, like fingers curled at her. Henny smiled at Agnes' phone, appreciative of all, and she prepared herself. Henny stripped off her clothes, accompanied by the sound of 6 girls all fully dressed. Henny stood beneath the covers and their arms lifted. Henny turned to sleep, all while fearing. Henny, voice called to Henny, the girl audible. It was Agnes. Henny had thought her asleep, finding that out of her changing and aroused the girl. Oh, Agnes! I thought I said you didn't have to stay up for me. I know how you did. I did try to say you did, but I couldn't. You took such a long time. I'm afraid you wouldn't. Laugh. The streets of Augsburg are so twisty. It gets scary out there. I knew you'd be safe, Johann, but on your own. Agnes bit her lower lip. I'm glad you didn't get into any trouble. You didn't get in any trouble, did you? No, I didn't. But as you can see, I'm quite alright. I kept my head down. My feet didn't stop to talk to me. Other than Father Dvorak got hurt. You suppose he counts? He is quite unusual. But I'm very fond of him. Me too. I think you might be on to something. So what did he say? He agreed to help you find your mistress? And he nodded. Yes, he said it would be impossible. First he asked me to wait for a few days. He said we'd have the better luck rescuing me. Lady when the moon is full. I can't say why exactly what he was talking about. Father Dvorak always says just what to say to my mother when she was at her work. She was in such a bad way, I thought she'd never get better. Father Dvorak proved he really can do impossible. I'm sure he'll be able to rescue Lady Make. I'm sure he will. Professional natural ability. So is he. All to him. His assistant, I said. Oh yes, his assistant. You mentioned her earlier. What was she like? Hard to describe her as very unusual. Unusual? She wasn't at all what I expected. I think I can trust her though. Glad to hear it. She asked me to guide her and Father Dvorak to help them look. So you're going to get back into the after everything that happened? I have to if I want to rescue me. I don't have much of a. I suppose that you aren't nervous. I would be ever so. I don't know if I'd be able to bear it. I'm sure it'll be fine. And he said lightly, though in truth she didn't any unpleasant memories, especially memories she'd far rather forget. It had been in those woods that Lord and Lady von Essen, and he could still recall Lord von Essen grasping, dying breath, Lady von Essen. There had been a flashing of a blade. I won't be alone. I'll be with Father Dvorak. Promise to protect him. Father Dvorak can do anything. Remember, isn't that what you just said? He's a miracle worker. I suppose so. Yes, I know he's magic. I know the magic's the. Oh, Henny, please look after yourself. After all you've been through, I think you've suffered enough. Don't worry. I'll take more than the fear I've got into me, or a few vampires. They can't scare me. Well, they can. Henny corrected herself, seeing the down Agnes. But I won't let them get to me. Making endured a lot for myself. I, as her, anything to see, really be willing to go that far. Of course I would. He's the most important person in the world. Happiness. The thought of facing an infernal vampire is scary. Less scary than the thought of never seeing her. I just want to know if she's alright. There's nothing in this world I want more than. There's nothing I would endure for her. Another week passed, a week for which Henny had spent in anticipation of travel once more to the woods with Johann and her bride Marie. Make, however, this week seemed very uneventful. Lena had continued to make her blood with her silvery knife and ceramic bowl. Talked a little during these sessions. Dialogue always slipped. Make wincing from Lena winced. Lena had stopped sitting with me in their turn in the gardens. Make fear their relationship with us. Waken uninvolved, save for the regular bloodletting. So one overcast Wednesday, brought Mickey her breakfast. Lena had been depositing making breakfast at her bedside while for the last few days. When Mickey first took her unwilling residence, she had thought Lena early as morning not to be used, but evidently Lena! Look at her! Half asleep, Mickey was roused by the rasping and snuffle of her door, which then swung open to reveal Lena, a pale face of her eye. Alright, and Lena bore in her hands a tray, on which was a pot of tea and 2 buttered scones. Here you are, my lady. Lena rested the tray upon Mickey's lap, who sat in bed with exaggerated flourish and a neat curtain. Hope today's breakfast fine. Oh, thank you. But what do I owe this place? Do I need the reason to check on my favorite prisoner? I thought only that it had been while I gave you an well to keep. It would be so hate for us. Awfully. May accuse. I can't bear the thought of it. Called boring. Oh, you're anything but that. Mickey reassured me. By now the surprise of fear then. Mickey had begun. It was not fear or exciting. It had been something softer. It was hard to put her. You should pour yourself some. Before it gets cold. That would be awful. I think you will like today's blend. Apple tea with a touch of honey. Only it isn't. Oh no, it's like sweet. I know you did. You have the palate of a. Anna smiled, her cheeks dimpling despite her obvious exhaustion. Go on, drink. You need to preserve your strength. Thank you, that is very thoughtful. Mickey reached for a teapot and Yana poured a stream of amber-colored liquid split from her cup, all the while exuding with fragrance. He looked and smelled fresh as an oil. Mickey lit her finger, curled about the cup. Slowly she brought it to her lips. She blew upon the surface. Further cool. She drank. She was aware of Lena's eyes of fixation. Lena's gaze was steady and distant, despite her previous dream, as though meaning to commit every contour to memory. She was anxious that at any time might disappear. Her teeth. The experience was not wholly pleasant, and Mickey's skin prickled. Sweet though the tea was, Mickey found she could not focus on it with Lena's gaze. Lena knows something she did not. Perhaps there was no reason to be on her visit that an overcast Wednesday. Was today to be the final time Lena ate breakfast, the final time they would sit together and talk for equal? Perhaps that was the night. That night, Lena was meant to end it all. Regular bloodletting sessions had left Mickey feeling drained. The side of her arm horribly when she tried to sleep. Anxious so festered in his head like mushrooms did it. They threatened to overwhelm. He of all sudden, 2 feet upon her, choked upon her. Oh, Mickey! Elena started forth to rub Mickey's back with her right hand, her fingers uncomfortably the fabric. Are you alright? Here, let me help you. Lena patted Mickey's back until her pauses subsided, her expression one of that of a friend, or perhaps even a lover. Mickey could feel Lena's breath upon her cheek like a puff of Arctic air, devoid not of warmth, just of warmth, but of life. As being which had already died, it's unlikely she can only continue because she was accustomed, or maybe because she wished to keep a fragment of her long. It was all an act, a monster, or was she? Reina had never known a monster so kind before, so considerate. Thank you. Mickey murmured, abashed as she sat down, her half drunk. She felt overwhelmed by her feelings for Lena. Now she could not look at her hostess. No need to think. I brought you that tea. Spoken of, would hate for you. And I giggled. Irreverent as her breezy chatter could not, however, hide how very tired she was. When I reached one of her table, brushed back a few lace strands of fashion hair. As she did, one of her sleeves back. Once again, the corset ties which bound her wrist had come. She was preparing breakfast to tighten them. Mickey could see a large expanse of linen. Even more marks marred Lena's skin, marks which were deeper and angrier than the ones out in the garden. These marks were accompanied with bruises, black blue and green, dribbled Lena's canvas her wrist all the way. Her scheme seemed like canvas upon which the talented artist had spattering paint here and there with no rhyme or reason. Vampires couldn't, they could brew. She could be hurt, and perhaps they could even be broken. It was an uncomfortable sight which made Mickey forget her own. How could she worry about herself when it was clear Lena was in so much pain? Why is there even more marks on your arm than before? What in the world is happening to you? That looks horribly painful. All of this? Frowning grimly, Lena drew her sleeve back down and said, "It is an occupation. Then it is part of your job." Lena nodded and smiled, capturing her lips. "I'm glad you're still here. It saves me the effort explaining. This isn't something I care to do with you. It's too early in the morning for it. The story behind these bruises is not so interesting. I'm accustomed. And this happens often, more so than I would like. But that, you..." Vicky's mouth opened and fell at a fish's mouth. Words came out. She did not know how to or what could be appropriate. How could Lena endure such injuries, such as smiling? She made a sound as though it was no issue, and perhaps being a vampire at least would hurt less. Surely must have been for her to receive quite that many marks. Sucky, and high blue ocelot. I don't think that anybody should, even if they're used to it. Familiarity doesn't make it better, nor any. In fact, I think it makes it even worse. It's not always easy, Baron's. But why are you worrying about me? Smiling, Lena poked Mickey's nose with the tip of her index. Worry about yourself first. I will be fine, no matter what misfortune. I cannot say the same. Humans are awfully fragile. Perhaps I am compared to you, but it seems you vampires are surprisingly fragile too. Lena, for all her pomp, was not indestructible. Mickey knew that now. On Magdalena. Yet the rest of her body was subject to similar abuse, but for what cause? The thought made Mickey feel sick. The scent of her apple tea, once so humming, now made her stomach. Mickey had lost most of her appetite, but Lena's Benny. She was aware that she was. All she knew, she might be dead come the setting of the sun, but she did not want to let Lena down. It was clear that she had endured enough already. Several minutes passed, neither Mickey nor Lena speaking. Mickey she chewed her scones and now tasted the wallpaper and washed them down with sips. Reminded her of washing up. Once finished, her plate cleared, all save crumbs, her teacup empty, all save dregs. Lena took a tray and set it at the bedside table. There now. How do you feel? Refreshed, they oh yes, very. I'm glad to hear. Now do you wish to help you with you can hardly sit up all day in your nightclothes. Pretty dress, certainly. It must be one of my own, but you can hardly wear it all the time. The fabric is much too. Mickey looked down at herself to help redress myself. You wish I feel like pampering you today is all. Aren't you accustomed? You must have servants to help you dress growing up. Was that not Henny's job? Why are you bonking me? I didn't do anything. You did help me, yes, but you needn't trouble yourself. I'm old enough to know how to dress myself. Age does not factor in as a lady. I always feel awful. I feel awful I've been treated. If I had a spare lady's maid, but alas, my castle is quite deserted. Quite deserted, though Mickey saved for Lena's mistakes, but she did not comment upon this. Mickey had no desire to make things awkward between herself and Lena, not when it had been several days since last spoke. She did not want Lena to leave. Neither did she want Lena to act like a servant as beneath her. I thought you were a lady once yourself. You shouldn't need her. Oh yes, that is true. It's tired, you know. Won't you let me indulge? I thought it might be man. I fear I'll not get such an opportunity. Well, if you insist. Kate capitulated with slow. He was not truly up. He was intrigued, rather, at the prospect of having Lena act as her servant. Intrigued and somewhat abashed. Thought of Lena's lifting her nightgown, knuckles brushing her haired arm, back her startlingly intimate, not unpleasantly. Ooh. You with what you will. I will trust myself to your capable. That is the answer I was hoping. Look at her, she's so happy. Thank you for trusting me so dear. I promise. Very good care. I've been hoping to get a while now. Ooh. Now, why do you make that sound so salacious? My, do you really think that sounds salacious? You know it does. You're doing this on purpose. And do your blush when out of your night clothes, your day dress. No, but this is Henny is Henny, whereas you are, yes. Then it took Mickey, helped her red eyes glint. Mickey hadn't expected this, stumbled, but she never did hit the floor. Then I was there to catch her. Then I snaked one arm around Mickey, pressed their bodies together. What am I exactly? You are you. I am. Oh god, I am. Oh my god, I fucked the voice. Impossible. If you mean to be my maid for the day, you're acting in a most impertinent. Perhaps I am, but alas, it is not the nature to be pertinent. One has to wonder what you were expecting. I wonder myself. I must be going mad. I can't blame you for that, my dear. Not when you've been in prison for as long as you have. I myself have often wondered whether I have not become similar yet. And I have been entrapped far, far longer. Now, Anna smiled all brightness, and her smile, when rivaled by the weak, watery sunshine, crept through the gaps of strong curtains. You have not tarried for too long. Let me relieve you. Mickey stood there, feeling very exposed, unmoved. Her face reddened. Elena's touch, brushing her fingertips. Still, she stood pliant as an infant. Elena lifted her nightgown. Mickey's nightgown, which was lifted above her knees, her thighs, her chest, and her head. Elena cast the garment aside with deft movement, careful not to crease. Holding the gown with experienced hands, matter comparable to him, set it aside and stood back to examine Mickey. Goodness me, we really are lovely. Mickey was not yet wholly naked, or to me. I'm assuming it's supposed to be a cameo. I don't know how to say it. Which was eggshell white in shape. She felt naked nonetheless. Clothes afford Lena's wondering. Henny often helped Mickey undress. Dress and undress. But while Henny had prone to complimenting her eyes had never wandered past. Lena's irises were burning, and Mickey too began to shiver. These shivers only increased further still as Lena drew in, her fingers seeking the buttons which ran along the front of her kimono. Now, why don't you let me take care of that? It is fiddly work, but I don't mind. Well worth it. I'm with you. I know I tease a lot, but I'm right. Serious when I really did miss it. Once Mickey was fully dressed and prepared neatly, Lena suggested go for a walk in the garden. That early, Mickey, who had been shut up in her room for a brief excursion, agreed. She had begun to fear, cloistered away as she might never feel the same. Not that there was all that much sun. They had been so graying. The sun was largely concealed by days tempered by cool, nick down the nape of her dress. Mickey shuddered upon standing outdoors, whose flesh ripped across her arm. Well, it was not a pleasant day by any stretch of the imagination. At least it wasn't raining, not like last time. Something to be. Mickey supposed it was an account of the general unpleasantness hung in the air. Lena had suggested they decide it all. It had been bright and sunny sort of day. It's likely she would have been able to share it with the aid of her wide-brimmed hat. And then Mickey strolled about the garden together for a few minutes. The only sound that their footsteps, they depressed, all grasping. These overlong fronds of glass brushed against his angles, all studded with morning dew, dampening Make's soul further. Cupid's lichen spotted mermaid. Every bit is a grip. Mountainous, golden frame, cloudy. The whole garden was gray and really. The grass was gray, really. The grass, the dirt, the wildflower, save for the violent, righteous explosion of bright red offered by Lena's favorite rose. We're back over here. It was by the roses Lena paused. Had during their last walk with a small smile, reached to caress one of the monstrously large roses. I always forget how pretty these roses. I barely ever have cause to see. My kind is not known for our affinity. It does make one forget, however, how lovely the world is. Starting to feel like though humans like you, I suppose, the daylight for granted. Then I glanced over, red eyes finding me smiling. This is how the world has been, always been. It was in a world of warmth and brightness. Color. But you have no idea how. My days weren't as bright as you. I didn't spend my days frolicking out. That is what my mother would have approved. There was little she did approve of God, but she was a stern discipline. I can imagine nobody's sure. She was my mother, and I was looking after my best interest. So she loved me, and I loved her. But sometimes I think I resent her. Maggie exhaled, feeling lightheaded, suddenly of her own. She had never spoken of her feelings about her mother to anybody, not quite this earnestly. I love her outfit. Any knew Maggie's mother were cool on the veneer of cordiality. Thank you for the pats. Hi, Black Ghost. She extended to the Von Essen matriarch, but Maggie had never once spoken of her bitterness, her anger, or her hurt. Thank you for the high Yuri. That is empty. I have something with water in it. I have hydrate. She had kept these ugly feelings buried inside, cleanly aware of how ungrateful her complaints must have sounded to a woman like her. What did Maggie have to complain about when her family lived in a sprawling manor house? Maggie had thought it churlish to bemoan her lot in life. Others were suffering more than she. Children were abandoned on the street every day by penniless mothers unable to care for, or else sold into service, and yet Maggie had possessed all a young woman could have asked for, but she had not been truly happy. Her mother had not seen to that. Part of Maggie had hated herself for her unfilial feeling, but she had been unable to help. She didn't even tell Henny, but she told Lena. She'd been harboring these feelings for a long time. No longer a me. My mother thought of herself as being very grand and noble. This came at the expense of how she regarded everyone. She ruled her servants. She would snap at them for the smallest of mistakes, often threatened to fire them, though she knew many of them needed our money. Not that we had much of that, it was all for show. There was another thing that ring. She liked to act as though, but she was more aware than most of our precarious life. I think that was why she was so obsessed with appearances. Little else to clean. It was she who devised my wedding to Walter Gerber. I think she saw it as an opportunity to call back some of our past wealth and our past prestige. She did not care that I disliked him. When I told her my feelings, she told me that I was selfish, that I truly cared for her. I would obey. I tried to protest. How was I being selfish? I had always done what she'd asked, but she didn't like that very much. My mother rarely liked what I did, but she liked it even less when I tried to stand my ground. I say tried because it didn't work. She slapped me as though I was a naughty girl, though I was over 20 at the time. She cut my cheek with one of her many expensive rings she refused upon no matter how dire. She would rather sell me off than her rings, her brooches, and her fur coat. Then she sent me to my room and spent most of my days in my room staring out my bedroom window, dreaming of escape. Maybe that's why I'm so good at sitting inside my head bowed, good little prisoner. I had a good deal of practice. You could say that I perfected the art. Though I wish I was never able to improve my skills at embroidery, no matter how many times I would have wished. I've never been able to become the accomplished lady my mother desired, despite her needs. I've always been lacking. I was too flighty, too stubborn, too thoughtless. My mother often said I was a poor daughter, but in those respects I think I was quite a lot like her. I made a perfect one essay, at the very least. You poor thing. Lena sighed once Mickey had finished her missive, her red eyes shadowing from the beneath the rim of her hat. It sounds as though you've suffered too. I have not known. Forgive me for speaking so carelessly about your lot in life. It's a bad habit of mine to act like I know it all when I understand very little. I used to be scolded for that myself when I was human. Did you often get into arguments with your mother? Not my mother. I rarely had cause to speak to her, but I had a figure in my life quite like your own, on Essa. She thought she was very righteous, but she used her righteousness as a weapon, an excuse to be cruel as she wanted to those she had considered beneath her. It was frightening when my home was sacked, but I was not at all upset when she passed away. She deserved it. Lena pulled a face and sighed. Now, why am I speaking so drearily of the subject? I want to come out here to cheer myself up, not this melancholy you'll rather do to purpose. I'm sorry. Now it was Mickey's turn to apologize. Abashed, she bowed her head while brushing her strand of hair behind her shell of her ear. I just thought, I don't know. I've not been able to speak about my mother to anybody before, so when I started, I couldn't stop. The words all came tumbling out. It was improper, unfair to my poor mother had not yet been dead a full month. I feel like I should have at least waited a year before beginning to slander her. That sounds like a standard protocol. Oh, don't worry your pretty little head about that. I'm sure you can trust me to open up to me, particularly on a matter so personal. I only worry I won't be able to offer an appropriate response in return. I am still dreadfully tired. Yes, I can see that. Sanest looked weirder than she had during her first stroll about the garden when she had fallen asleep on Mickey's shoulder. Sanest seemed so tired, in fact, it was a wonder if she was even able to remain upright. Her left hand had quivered when she reached to brush her fingertips to her wrist. Have you not been sleeping very much this week? If I was, I'd be in bed right now inside my chamber, but there could be no rest for the wicked. Is that how the saying goes? It's popular. Yes, I know if you are wholly wicked. I don't know if you're wholly wicked. Only partially, then. I don't think anybody in this world is good or bad. We're complicated creatures, even vampires. Maybe I thought you were a cruel monster at first. I think my initial nyan was really. Anna smiled, her red eyes they always so do it. Hold on, let me. Just pulling that up real quick. Okay. Lena smiled, her red eyes mischievous despite their evident exhaustion. I'm glad you've since changed your tune. I do wonder, why is that? Hope you don't pity me. I feel worried for you. I don't know if that's the same thing as pity. Such feelings are cut from the same cloth. As a vampire, I have no need to court the concerns of humans. You're lowly people, far beneath the pecking order. I ought to find your worry insulting, but Lena looked now to her feet, commonly abashed. Ah! She cleared her throat as had she been a human, making wonder whether she would have blushed and said, "It's been a long, long while since anybody worried about me. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like. It's not entirely unpleasant, I suppose. But I do wish you wouldn't. And why is that? Your sympathy is wasted upon me. I don't deserve it. Well, it is true, we all have good and bad within us, even monsters. I did kid. when I am holding her. I have inflicted almost a dozen wounds upon your forearm, and I've taken a lot of your blood. I'm making you suffer. You have no reason at all to worry about me. You ought to hate me instead, is what I deserve. You say that, and you would be correct to do so. But Mickey took a step forward, depressing the scrubby grass beneath her slip, and examined Lena a few inches away from the protective lip of the pair. Lena was still looking at the ground, her eyes obscured in shadow. She was shivering, but Mickey did not think this was far from true. Did not think a vampire like Lena could feel. I don't think I really wish to hurt you, not for the sake of it. And that makes you think bad. You do. You always look apologetic when you talk. A few days prior, you said so much yourself. Aren't you doing this for your mistress' sake? Ah, yes, my mistress. You would be right on that score. I would be not doing none of this. I would not doing this, any of this. I had choice in them. But my wants are irrelevant. My mistress is hungry, ravenous even. She has a tendency to violence when I cannot satisfy her. I've been doing her bidding for many years, but I don't believe I've ever once been able to make her happy. I don't know if she's capable of feeling such an emotion. She's a selfish creature, always demands more. I know she cannot help herself. She has her own extenuating circumstances, but it does get wearisome being forever at the beck and call of a contemptuous being like that, even during my afterlife. I had hoped as a vampire I might be able to do what I wish for it, but fate has not been kind. If God does exist, which I doubt, he must surely be laughing at me. I'm sure he wouldn't. I know that I don't think any of his funny, not in the... This is fine, not in the... Well, you wouldn't. You are rather too kind to laugh at the misfortune of others. I sometimes fear my own suffering has been so egregious, however, I feel like laughing at it. When I do not wish to cry, of course. Lena paused. She frowned and she took her eyes darkening and said, "Oh, listen to me, talking so much. I must sound awfully too. I don't think so. I'm happy to learn more about you. Even though I will kill you one day. Even so. You don't hate me. Not at all. Ah, yes, I suppose you're too busy worrying about me for that sweet girl that you... Stupid thing." Lena scuffed at the ground once more, agitated, and looked at Mickey with intent. "Oh, this is unfair. I didn't mean to grow as attached to you as I have, but it's too late to worry about that. I like talking to you and walking with you, brighten my dreary home considerably. Why, I even like cooking for you, watch you eat, brewing you tea every morning. I've no desire to kill you, but I fear I must if my mistress is satiated. I've been searching for the forest these last few nights, hoping I might find some stray thieves or bandits I might offer to my mistress, but I've yet to find so much as a single vagabond." Magdalena. Mickey blinked and probably touched by this proclamation. Mickey supposed should have been unnerving that Lena had been searching for a fresh victim. Spent enough time with Lena to such senses. It was foolhardy to regard Lena as she would a human. Lena might have looked as she did, though paler, but her morals were skewed. To her, humans must have looked like cattle. She ought not to have cared for Mickey at all, but she didn't want her to die. Sweet sentiment, if nothing. Have you really been toiling that hard for my sake? I have indeed, like a blasted ox, or perhaps a mad woman. Who's to say? Maybe I've gone mad. I must have to care for a human this much, to such a degree. I'm losing sleep, all for your sake. Ha! Magdalena smiled, laughed without humor. Her lips curled in a grim simile of a smile. Now, do you understand what I meant when I said that God would laugh at me? I've been toiling for your sake. All been in vain. I have nothing to offer my mistress save myself, and my blood ceased a long time ago. I can only bleed if I've recently fed. If I do not, then what runs through my veins might very well be ash. Look. Nora moved one of her gloves from the artificial, reached out once more from a rosebud. This time, however, she did not caress any of the flowers. Instead, she seized one of the slender stems between her fingers, all thorns, and gripped tightly. These thorns would have lacerated a normal person's flesh, bringing forth bright red blood. When Lena drew away, however, there were only a few droplets of crimson streaking her palms, far less in making. Her skin had been punctured from the rose's thorn, appeared otherwise unharmed. Though she could bleed, she did not bleed as freely. That must have been something she had given up many, many years. I really am a monster. I have no need for your... You show me too much kindness. It will poison me. I don't deserve it. Magdalene. Vicky murmured the other woman's name. It did not sound right upon her. There were too many syllables which seemed to put between them an uncomfortable contemplation. Vicky paused and tried anew, fingers reaching to cup Lena's own scarred one. No. Lena. Meke. Meke looked at Lena's red eyes. Seemed uncommonly beautiful, and said, I don't hate you, Lena, no matter how much you might wish I did. How could I? You've confided so much in me. I know you not mean to hurt me, even if you did. And that, I think, is enough for me. But if you stay with me, I will kill you. But if I'd married her Gerhardt, he would have killed me too, albeit in a slower, more indirect manner. My mother was likewise killing me, keep me shut inside, with little to distract me, safe from awful and hurt me every day in all manner of its was supposed to be my mother. She should have put my own needs first above all else, but she never did. I don't know if she was fully aware of how much she did, but if she was, she'd never apologize. Okay. She was my own flesh and blood, and I don't think she understood me half as well. At least you seem to care. Oh, I can't deny that. I do care, much more than I should. I care so much, I fear I might go insane. You aren't the only one. I must be insane too to care so much for a woman who aims to kill me. But I can't help how I feel. I've never had much of a life, and I've had a few in way of friends. I understand how you feel, being shut away inside this house for so long. I've also been horribly lonely. I'm less lonely now that I've met you. While part of me wishes it occurred under better circumstances, I really am glad I met you. Please don't. I won't hate you if you kill me. I might thank you for it. If you weren't the only one, if you weren't the one holding the knife to my arm, then it would probably have been. I don't much want to bring my own life. I'm too cowardly for that. I don't much like pain. I'd rather you do it. That way, at least, my own conscience. And when I do die, I might be able to go to heaven. It wasn't until later that night that Lena paid a second visit to the chambers, carrying her ceramic bowl with a sharp-bladed. Eke had been lying abed when Lena arrived, tied in her nightgown. It had been late enough that she had wondered whether Lena had forgotten about their nightly ritual, but evidently not. Eke had endured these sessions with numerous times, and now knew what to expect from her. Lena did not even need to ask Mickey to set up her arm this time. Mickey did so without complaint, but she still winced when Lena pressed the blade of the knife against her flesh. I'm sorry. Lena said softly so Mickey could have feigned deafness, she had wished, while steadying her hand. I don't wish to. I know my apologies. They cannot undo the pain I'm making. They are utterly plain. Lena's expression twisted as she collected Mickey's fingers trembling all the while. Mickey's blood soon became the ceramic bright enough to be rash during the otherwise understated night. Lena must have cut more deeply this time because her wound burned more intensely as the blood spilled more freely. During their other sessions, Mickey's blood would emerge few anxious drops forming thin hairline cuts of Lena inflicted. Lena's hands are shaking. It was not so tonight, however. There was so much blood, Mickey's bedroom began to stink of it. The stench of blood combated the other unpleasant odors Mickey often had to contend with, those of dust and blood, until it was all Mickey could smell. She could taste it too at the back of her throat when she first seemed to have taken a tang of copper. Mickey's wound stung as Lena squeezed, bringing yet more blood from within. Mickey went to bit the inside of her cheek in an attempt to stop herself from gasping. She did not want to cry out, not when Lena looks tense already. She did not want Lena to feel guilty about hurting. Surely was Lena, as her tormentor, ought to feel guilty about the pain on Mickey. Mickey had no obligation to worry about Lena. They may have been, and yet... Alright, I think that ought to be enough. Lena took the handkerchief from her pocket and dabbed at Mickey. Lukewarm water against her skin stung, but Mickey had to bite the inside of her cheek again harder this time, to stop another encroaching sound of distress. Mickey continued to counted the three in her head, and trying to soothe herself before she spoke. Lena, What is that? I just wanted to tell you. Oh. Mickey yawned and leapt back against her pillow. Lena was still dabbing her arm at the wound. All of a sudden, Mickey felt too drained to remain upright. All of her strength avoided her body, leaving her as an empty shell. She always felt exhausted after having her blood drained. This exhaustion settled on her even more heavily. Mickey's arms and legs felt leaden, her fingers and toes white enough. She could barely curl them, though she tried. Her breathing was regular, at least, but shallow, and still the air tasted of blood. Mickey might have felt terrible, but she did not blame Lena for her plight. If anything, she pitied her. Thank you. Mickey spoke softly, her eyes affixed upon Lena's unbleeding white face. What? Lena drew back, clutching her blood-spattered handkerchief in one hand, and frowned. What could you possibly have to thank me for? Don't tell me I've taken so much blood your thoughts are going addled. Perhaps they are, somewhat. But I'm not so confused, I don't understand my own. I know that you're being so concerned and be consensus. Consider it. Lena laughed without humor. And I know that you don't mean to hurt me. You're trying to console me as best as you can, aren't you? Trying, yes, but... Oh, Mickey. Lena gripped her handkerchief hard, crumpling it in her right fist. Filled it with Mickey's so much, not that there was much of it. Lena had been thorough in emptying out Mickey's veins into little blood, which did stain Lena's handkerchief, however, soon stained Lena's turns, crippling her black glove. How could you say that to me? Do you mean to hurt me? What? No, I would never. Yes, I know you would never. You are a good, kind woman, unlike myself. You're so very kind. In fact, you would seek to sympathize with a monster like me. I am hurting you. Surely you must be able to. But still, you place my feelings over your own. I don't understand how you can do it. How can you bear to thank me after all I've done to you? If I didn't know you better, I would think you were trying to make me feel guilty. Oh, Lena. I have no desire to make you be pointless enterprise. Why would I bother when I can see you feel guilty already? Magdalena stiffened her at this, pocketed her bloody handkerchief, perhaps to stop her anxious, running it into the ground. Yes, you are quite right. I do feel guilty about this, and yet I fail to see what that would feasibly accomplish. Your guilt hasn't stopped me from hurting you. Worthless emotion that exists only to satisfy my own ego. I'd like to believe I'm not wicked, so I cling to my guilt. Proves, at least in some sense, I still have some sense of ethics, that I'm still a human, at least in part. No ordinary human would inflict something suffering like this upon another. All posturing. I don't think. How can you be? Maybe I am, but what does it matter? It matters to me. I would hate any enjoyment of creating me, but I can see that you don't. This is hurting you too. In fact, I think it hurts you more than it does. I don't know all the particulars, but you wouldn't be doing it without a choice. Mickey took Magdalena's hand and squeezing it, she said in an imploring voice. Is that right? Is that what you think? Magdalena sighed wretchedly, did not try to pull away from it. Instead, she leant into and squeezed Mickey's hand in turn before elaborating. I am so sorry to disappoint you, Mickey. I'm not that hopeless victim you. I do have a choice in this. I always have. It was my own foolish fault that I chose. Continue to choose a poor one. I don't have to hurt you. I don't have to do anything. If I wanted, I could wash my hands of this farce and move far away, put all this bloodshed behind me, but you can't, though. Though you say you could, you have your mistress. Indeed, I do. While I could leave her, I would not wish to. She would be hopeless without me. She can't look after her, else she needs somebody to sustain her. I just so happen to be that unfortunate somebody. I procure victims for her, and I keep her fed, and I am afraid it's not enough for her. I think I might even be afraid of her. Oh God. Lena's expression twisted. I must sound so pathetic. Mickey thought of the lurid marks he had seen on Lena's arm. A riot of red circles like full head of flowers. I don't think you're pathetic, Lena. I think you're trying very, very hard for a very, very long time. And I think you need somebody to console. Perhaps I'm wrong to feel this way, or perhaps I'm being presumptuous. You can scold me if you want, and I'll relent, but Lena. Overwhelmed with sympathy, Mickey leant in and wound her arm around You aren't alone. You have me. You can talk to me. If there's something is the matter, I'd like to... I care about you, and I don't want to see... What is this? What are you doing, baby? Wow. I care about you, and I don't want to see you so upset. Make it. Magdalena sniffled, her eyelashes trembling, her shoulders began to relax, her body draining of tension, but even as it did, she murmured, "You don't have to pity me. I have no need for sympathy with another human, particularly not when said human is one of my..." You should be cowering away from me, not holding me even. Maybe I should. But as my mother always said, I've never known what's best for me. That's why she arranged for my life for me, down to the smallest detail. Now that she's no more, I think I ought to do what I want for her. I'm tired of listening to people. You won't even listen to me. I will if you wish me to. You can push me away if you like, but I thought this might help. I don't know if there's anything you can do to help Mikey. You or anybody else. The only person who can help me is me. And I'm sad. I have to tell you to keep your distance. Yet. It's been a long time since I was last embraced. It feels very nostalgic. Relenting, Lena leant forth, rested her own head upon making, and her heart continued. I can't believe it. Souls, arms of all things. I thought I was stronger than you. Are strong. Must be. I cared so very much for so long. All alone. Everybody. Yes, you might be right about that. I think I hit my limit a good while ago. I've been trying to slow down. It needs me after all, but oh god. I can't even cry, but I'm still shaking. What is the matter with me? I must look utterly foolish. I already told you. Are you sure? Well, maybe you'll... Mickey laughed softly. To Magdalena. Hey! I don't like you in fact, I think I might like you even. It's nice to know more sides of you. I knew there was more. Might not be, but I don't think you're different from... Oh, if only. Lena drew back from around the other, holding her close, looked at Mickey. You are too kind, Mickey. If you keep acting as I will have second or third thoughts about harming you. You don't deserve any of this. I wish I could see, but it's fine. You saved me once before, remember? Timely, and I would have been slaughtered by those things. Saved me. How could I not love you? Mickey. Lena's ruby eyes widened in abashed she looked. If I had the blood to my face would be pink right. I'm not embarrassed. You are horribly sick. You are perplexing me. You are a foolish girl. You know that your sympathy toward me is unwarranted, not to mention all this cloying sickness. I'm drowning out. You're trusting me. I'm going to get you killed one day. One day soon, in fact. Killing you already. I know. I don't care. You said that earlier when pardons. But you do really mean that? Every word, right now. I only care about being... Well, that is quite the proclamation. If I don't know any better, perhaps I would take it as a confession. Perhaps I want you to... Honestly. Maybe. I know at the very least that I don't hate you. I've grown quite fond. When we're together, my heart starts to beat harder, and... Well, I might not be able to blush, but I can. Oh my god, her face is blushing right now. Yes, I can see that for myself. Lena's eyes trailed across the contours of makeup, marveling at how delicate her mouth was, how long her lips, how flushed, like freshly... What blood Lena had not drained, they seemed pressing but warming them. Heat exuded out of a flickering... It looked so very enticing, Lena hardly knew what she... Even as she pressed two fingers beneath, Raising her head thus, her eyes meeting Lena said, "You really are an idiot. But if you wish, you can be my idiot for tonight at least. I think that I might at least..." My cat freaked out. Oh my god, she got scared. Lena dipped her head through, held by powerful magnetism, shot out Mickey's mouth. Her cloak fell from her, feeling how slender Lena threw, how delicate as her palm found Mickey. Her fingers pressed together, her eyelids falling shut as it was Mickey's very first, and it was not as her mother had designed with Walter Girl. Lena's lips were cold as was her skin, shivered again. This was not what Mickey had been questioned inside her parents. Many times Mickey had wondered if her first kiss had imagined ghostly lay in bed at night. Never before had a woman like Lena factored in white skin, red eyes, and a heart which was not at all what Mickey. It felt even. Mickey lay in bed later that night, long after Magdalena, ghostly vision might have come. She lay back upon her thin evening, hair flaunting birds like it. Though she felt tired, sleep made nothing but a distant. Images of a day past, all while she had done with life, flickered before her open eyes like ghastly and a crystal. Mickey saw Lena holding a smile upon her. Lena reaching to brush her hair down to reveal Lena standing in the room. Saw Lena too, as she had been while pressing her knife at her wrist, her red eyes full. And later Lena with her pale eyelashes shut, her lips pressed against. That had been Mickey's first ever kiss. Had not been. Not that Mickey saw this any great. The thought of kissing Walter, or any man for that matter, had always turned Mickey. He had liked reading stories, romance scenes. Mickey had thought she would be happy if she never had to kiss him. Lena might have been a woman and a vampire besides, but kissing her had felt right. Even now, long after lips departed, Mickey could remember how it had felt. Lips strong with phantom kisses. Blood pooled. Pressed one hand to her chest, finger. She knew not how she would go. Such thoughts racing through her. She feared as she lay there, the darkness pressing in, never sleep. Lena had stolen her ability to surely. Oh. While Mickey lay abed that night, and lay at the bedside of another, holding in her hand a dish with bright red. "Here you are, my man." Lena proffered the dish. Fresh and wonderful. I procured it a brief. Here I tarried a while. Still fresh though. Hope it is here. Shadowy figure rose. Metallic chains bound her. Shifted. Her nostrils favoring the scent. Brought her tongue to it. Her red lips parting like awful. Lena tried not to wince as her mistress pressed her tongue, shivering mist. Mickey's gathered blood. Nor when the damp wet sounds of her supping. Sound of the mistress' feet. Her space only roaring of the south side. Rattled against her. Sound as that and more. Rather appropriate. Lena had never much enjoyed these. She enjoyed it rather less. It was hard for her to remain emotional. Appreciating hard for more. So intimately the woman, blood filled. She did not wish to exploit or to hurt. She could hardly bear the burden. They weighed heavier and heavier. Each day that passed, but what? She did not make it. Her mistress was suffering. Mistress, weak and feeble that she was. Somebody to look after her. Way of procuring. Had Lena not provided for her, at the long dead. Sometimes Lena thought this might be for the best, but those thoughts soon. She could not abandon her culinary. They were alike. She had two birds of a feather. Society would shun them, both for being a pair of misses. They were both monarchs. Lena's mistress was a young creature like her. She was all which thought Lena really alone, all which had granted her. Lena had vowed when they first they were to I was willing to become this villainess. I have debased myself. A vile act after. For a while I thought of my vanity. Lena sighed, her lips pursed, and his mistress he looked always. But I fear I must be softer than I. I have killed many, many men without flinching. Thought of killing naked. Lena sighed again, with a sigh which seemed issued forth, not from her chest, but from a deep shadowy recess of her. She exhaled and left. I don't know if I can do it, not even for you. I want to make you happy, dear one. But if the price is your happiness is my making, that seems like too steep a price to pay. If I keep going as I am, I fear something inside me might. If it has not been broken already, that. Unable to face her mission, let her eyelids, lashes melted together, long and spiky like all spiders. She did not cry, but she felt the phantom tears prick. Sobs she could not make, racking her. All the while, her mistress continued to sup as a cat might. The pointed tongue lapped Mickey's blood, head bobbing back and forth. Her mistress was, in many respects, like a pet. Eating always contented her. Eventually, she would show her claws. Lena had been on the receiving end of dead claws more times than she. Her arms were littered with bruises, all thanks to aiding her young mistress. Lena had persisted. Looking after her mistress so that this only purpose, my own attention. It had been her only reason to keep. Now, however, oh, I wish you but I was speaking. I wish you could understand how I felt. I wish that none of this had ever happened to me, and especially not. I never deserved any of this. Poor dear. Oh. It was late at night, the moon round and full, while Henny ventured into the woods. Johann and Heidmarian. The woods were every bit as eerie and inhospitable as Henny remembered from her wanderings prior. Boughs of the trees curled like claws, beginning to grab her, and the uneven floor was strewn with loose leaves, twisted roots, and creeping foliage. It was cold, windy night, and the breeze which ran through the boughs of these skeletal trees. The breeze nipped at Henny's feet, and at the hem of her sensible black maid dress so. Henny knew where Lena's home, more or less. She had been in such a state that she ran away from it. She felt disoriented. The forest was so full of tall and skinny trees, it was hard for her to get her bearings. She hoped only that she was right in her recollection. Her footsteps were leading her closer to Mickey's side rather than further. Please, Mickey. Henry played silently as he pulled her. Hello, lazy bird. Thank you for the pots. Where have you been? Not here. Happy New Year. It's not the New Year yet. Usher in Korea, and then probably is the New Year. For me, at least. Yeah, you're in Korea. Please, me. All I ask. Well, isn't this a beautiful night? Isn't this a beautiful night? Anne-Marie spoke in a casual tone, while the seriousness of they walked. She, for her part, seemed quite at ease, though perhaps that was because, as a vampire, she was accustomed to the stillness of it. Certainly she preferred it over the light of it. The moon is so lovely, lethal. Lethal? But of course, werewolves aren't the only beings who undergo also imbues us vampires with strength. Marie flexed. You know, they're bringing up werewolves. I wonder if Christelle is a werewolf. Rather than a vampire. Marie flexed her fingers, extending them to pianist's might before setting them down to play a symphony. For a being who has been dead for so many centuries, it feels quite alive, and positively tingling with me. It's been a long, long while since I had a job today. Marie's lips split into the grin, wide enough for her to reveal her incisors. They glistened at the front of her mouth, sharper and more deadly than... Hope it doesn't disappoint to be upset this Magdalene does not put up a fight. Now, Heidi. No, I'll come out here to have fun. Frau Henry wishes our help. We must all do all we can to aid. It's serious. Well, of course I know that. I'm aware this will be a delicate offer. But I think that it makes us even more entertaining. It's been a terribly long time rescuing fair maid. I do love being a brave noble hero, though I must give a few words of advice. If there's any chance that your beloved mission or even a part of the world... Oh! And he's stiffened at this, and Johann just being frowned deeply. Heidi Murray, please, be more concerned. By that, you mean to ply her with false reassurances? No, I just... Such sweet lies come easily to you, but they don't sit right. I might be a depraved monster, but I don't like them. I don't deceive. I spread the word of God. And you truly believe in the eventual reckoning of salvation in heaven? Yes, of course I do. I know, you know I do, but I wouldn't preach on such matters if I did. Heidi Marie pressed her lips together, eventually... Yes, I suppose you're right. You've always been an awful good... Not a liar either, though you are misguided in your optimism. I know you would think of the most positive. Life often does not work out the way. Heidi Marie looked... Powerful, though. I'm not privy to everything that happens, and I cannot say for certain that... Though I am certain I will be able to dispatch with this people in a course, it may be too late for your mistress. Please come during our travel. Save you a lot of unnecessary... I suppose you have no one. Johann clicked his tongue while Heidi Marie... But you don't need to sound half so gleeful while phrasing your... Doubtful how genuine. You think I'm not being genuine? You rarely are. You're a menace. Oh, woe is me. Heidi Marie staggered back dramatically, one hand pressing to her breast, as if orderly. Had Henny not been, perhaps she would have stopped with Heidi Marie. It was, however, she found herself incapable of thinking 20-sided meal. Her thoughts were too full of Mickey to pay the mischievous Heidi Marie. She knew Heidi Marie had a point. Her Mickey could very well be dead, but Henny did not wish to come to... If Mickey was dead... Well, if Mickey was dead... Well, we got to the part... We know... So we know Lena doesn't want to kill Mickey, and she is now determined that she is not going to kill Mickey. She has come to terms with that. She already said it is not worth it to kill for your happiness. So Lena's about to do something crazy, I bet. And then we got this other vampire coming in to try to kill her, and I bet Lena's gonna eat her face. Or maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Frau Henry. It was Johann who spoke next after the pause printed by Heidi Marie's voice was softer. I know Heidi Marie. Alice. She does have a point. There is no guarantee we'll save her. But if her heart still beats, and Heidi Marie and I will do all our power to save her. Rest assured on that. Please, please. I would never seek to betray your trust. Not when you want to. Or speaking out us out there. Yes, yes. Johann is right. If there's any damsel to rescue, she shall, of course, be rescued. And if she is a corpse, we'll simply have to pay our respects. Either way, you'll get the closure you want. By the time this night is up, we will know exactly what has happened to your beloved Meg. Thank you. I don't know how Meg has been fared, or what state she might be in. But I suppose we'll find out soon. When night comes to everything will be sorted then, one way or another, for better or for worse. Yes. Good way of looking at it. It's not the best to get your hopes up too much. Eyed Marie giggled to herself and knew. Young girl Mile. Henny continued to perhaps through the. They'd been walking for almost an hour now. She could feel the chill air growing settle on her brows. Henny shivered, winding her arms out of me. Mickey was alive. She was asleep right now. Henny saved the game. I haven't saved in a while. Henny hoped Magdalena had been giving Mickey enough to eat, but she doubted it. Lena had not, for all her pretenses, was hospitable. Henny could only pray that Mickey had been able to endure all of her suffering. She was a strong person, far strong, fair skinned. Henny could still remember how, when they had confessed to her mother, she would first hit upon the bright idea and he who should be punished rather than Henny. Mickey had always come to Henny's defense, heedless of what might happen to her. Henny had always admired Mickey for her sense of justice. She just thought of her good, honest, unwavering. Now Henny meant to display similar qualities to Mickey's. Henny continued to walk on, the top of her head illuminated by Milky? Moonlight? What the fuck is wrong with her? Foliage rustled about her overhead. Ooh, we're getting the wagons. Fog followed around her ankle. So thick, Henny could hardly see what. Henny's eyes were not golden, those of an ordinary human, unaccustomed to them. Henny stumbled several times while walking. Johann had his door. Normally, Henny would have thanked Johann for his inspiration, but she was so full of she had in the words to spare for him. Every beat of her heart seemed to call out Mickey. Every thought was laced with her dear friend. Henny knew it was a possibility she might be too late, but she soon discarded it. Mickey would be fine. She had to be fine. Henny still hoped. Her swallow was nervous, stronger and stronger. Henny kept going, taking one foot after the other in a grim march until... Ah, yes, we must be on the right track. I can smell it now. Smell what? Death. Marie's answer was a simple one, yet Henny shudder all this. Vampires often cloak their bold too much. These parlor tricks only work on mundane creatures such as you. To a fellow vampire, such as him, a mere child. Pride is always mine. Vampires cannot hide from one another. The sense of death is much too. The soil beneath our feet is soaked with it. When I strain my ears, I can hear the screams of her victims. We must be very, very close. Marie smiled, her sizers razor sharp in the gloom that swelled. Now I must prepare myself for coming face to face with the young man. I hate the look. Third act is done. The world in monochrome. A maid and her mistress. It took making almost a full hour for she to drift off that night. Lulled into the world of summer by the stirring of the breeze. In her dreams, Mickey saw herself as she wished they were, smiling arms linked in a pair of ordinary. In this daydream, Mickey was not the sole daughter of a once noble von Essen, and Lena was not a vampire. They were both young ladies from fairly well-to-do families, both young and fresh-faced, no outside pressures for them. In this dream, Mickey and Lena were of like age, but formed a fast friend. Together, they would reminisce about their families' estates, play cards, and help one another with their hair. They flipped through fashion magazines, offered helpful critiques of one another's clothes, and often during quiet moments, they would sit together and devour books like wheat. They would read plays and poems, and once they had finished with their tomes, talk about them, one another excited. Nobody condemned their friends. Nobody sought to become between the pair of them. Penny gladly gave her blessing, so as did their Mickey's mother in her dreams, not exactly exacting Lady von Essen, but another woman kinder and more accepting, who did not smack books from hands nor revile her for willful. Mickey even dared in this dream with her fictional Lena and a relationship deeper than that of close. They were covetous glances, brushing fingers out in public, arms like heads dipped, a little too close when they. Private, meanwhile, books and in their shadow, they came closer together until. But Meike knew these dreams could never come to pass. They were indulging these fantasies which would not be realized, but still she continued to dream. She did not want to give her fantasies up. How could she? Meike had been lonely for most of her life, and she was tired of denying that her heart would. She wanted smoldering. Meike turned beneath her covers, lost amongst the wonders and possibilities, painful for dreams. The sound of scream awoke her. It was distant, but loud enough to penetrate her bedroom. Meike sat at the start, her mind jumbled. Once her hand flew her chest, her heart beat wildly, caught in a sleep. Screaming continued high and hopeless. Hard to gauge. Thought. Was it Lena? She had been caught off guard. Meike knew not what other to make a vampire scream, but it must have been frightening. Trembling, Meike rose from the dashboard. She took a handful to try, but it was shepherd. The door is always locked. Meike took a step back, fingers clenched at her. How was she to escape? Brute force was an option. She suppose Meike was not very strong herself. Lena's home was empty. Everything was crumbling. The lock must have some given it. Enough to be sprung. Perhaps by her shoulders she applied enough force. Maybe she could try to jimmy the lock with a more elegant method, maybe a hairpin. Meike had several, kept in a ceramic tray by her bedside with style her hair. Meike had never tried to pry a door open with such inelegant method. She had broken in the family's mausoleum rather. She had simply stolen a set of keys. It seemed an imperative to try, however. If Lena had been hurt, then Meike wanted to protect her. Meike knew she could not simply stand idle and do nothing. Go, Meike, go! Meike padded to her bedside and lit the candle, which sat there with trembling hands. Then she selected a hairband from a dish from her bedside for the job. Clutching it tight in her hands, she then started back from the door. Meike paused by the door, making it slide in a slender pen into the light. Her attempt to escape the room screamed unnecessary. The door opened outwards, creaking the lid before she had a chance to make use of the hairpin. There was somebody standing there in the entrance to Meike's bedchamber, somebody that Meike knew well, despite all the darkness which filled in the hallway. It was Henny. Oh god, they're here! Okay, things are already falling. Things are happening. Oh, Meike, thank goodness, I'm glad to see you all right. Henny threw herself forwards before Meike had a chance to speak and tightly wound her arms around Mistress's waist. The hairspin Meike had grasped now fell from her hand, her fingers falling slack. Hit the threadbare carpet and there lay, illuminated by spots of moonlight which crept through the worn curtains drawn by the window. The moonlight lit Henny's face too, or half of it, making tears beating upon her lap. Meike did not think of them tears of sadness, however. They looked instead to be born of relief. It's been almost a month since Meike had last, and now they'd finally been reunited. It was all so sudden and so very unexpected, it still did not feel. Meike wondered whether this was a continuation of her dream, now taking a different bent, but seemed unlikely. Henny's body was soft, and Meike remembered it, feeling as it pressed against her, gripped too tightly. I want to get there. Oh my god, I need to find out. We need to go save. We need to go save Lena. No. Stop talking. Meike had really big number of books in her time. Her imagination is hardly enough to control this in this vivid. It really was Henry in the flesh. Come to rescue. It's Henny, oh Henny. Meike began to sob herself from both surprise and relief. She returned Henny's embrace, resting her bread upon her shoulder. For a while, neither woman spoke. They only stood there at the entrance of Meike's bedroom and sobbed, "Oh hi!" on their knees. Screams, however, did not bait, and a fresh volley of piercing started, and Meike's body stiffened. Concerned, she drew her back and looked at Henny and said, "What are you doing here? How did you get here? Where did you do something? Did you do something to Lena? There's no time to explain it right now. First, we need to escape." "Escape? But where?" "Outside. Hurry, Meike, before she catches us." "She?" Meike's brow furrowed. "Are you talking about Lena?" "I mean that monster, yes. Marie is holding her back. I don't want to hang around while they settle matters. I've spent more than enough time around monsters to last me a lifetime. I bet you have too." "Oh, it was horrible, Meike. Things I've seen tonight trying to save you. But I don't want to dwell on it. It doesn't matter. Come on, let's go." But I'm not dressed. I can't wander around in the woods. I'm not barefoot. I need some shoes at least." "I can't wait, Meike. Please, let's hurry. We need to run." "But..." Meike tried to protest, but Henry refused to listen. She squeezed Meike's hand in her own and turned, piling through the hallway and away from the bedchamber, away from her prison cell, away from her life with Lena. Meike called after Henny, bidding her to stop, but Henny did not listen. She decided to run, her soul slapping against the snow. Meike tried to twist her arm free from her friend. She hadn't power for it. Lena had taken too much of her blood that night and left her weak and anemic, and had the kiss, then the caress, which had followed afterward. Meike had always been thinner than Henny, but her coloring more delicate, but in that moment, Henny's strength seemed indomitable. It must have been a measure, Henny spoke, of how greatly Henny cared for her, but oh, while Meike was glad to see Henny, she did not wish to leave Lena's side, not like this. She had wanted to leave, she at least wanted to speak to her once more and tell her what should happen. Meike tried to dig her feet into the cold floor, but had no little avail. Henry responded by only exerting more pressure upon her hand. She was gripping Meike's fingers hard enough to hurt, but hard enough that Meike feared she might leave her. We need to keep going, we're almost there, just a little further. Henny tried to console Meike, but her comforting voice fell on deaf ears. Meike's attention had been taken not by Henny's rescue, but nor her own concern related, but by door thrown ajar she faced, and it had not been inside any room in the house. She not help with the interior. Glance at the interior. Oh no. The room was dark, the curtains drawn, yet Meike could make out several shadowy shapes within. There was armoire, a spire, an impressive oaken-hewn bed, and not so very different from one in Meike's room. There's one factor, however, different from the room Meike had stayed in. This one is, however, the chains looped around the headboard. These chains, which glinted in the dappled moonlight, ended in manacles which were still sealed around the limbs of a creature which no longer stood. The creature, which lay in the bed, had two slender arms and a slender leg. However, it wore on its body a gown which had once been fine and was now hopelessly tattered. Its legs were bare and it wore no shoes. Its hair long and dark. It mattered about its face. Eyes closed as if Meike could tell it was a small creature even lying down. A good head shorter than herself and fur. Why Meike realized with a gasp the creature was not a creature at all. It was a girl. A very young girl at that. She could not have been more than 4 or 5 years old. It was still a veritable infant, an innocent child. And she was dead. Somebody had driven a decorative blade into her chest so deep it pointed tip threatened to pin her to the mattress upon which she lay. A single rivet of red ran from the girl's mouth, staining her alabaster. Her arms and legs were bent at awkward angles as she'd been hopelessly broken. Meike. Henny turned to look at her friend, throw what she had spied upon seeing a hairy depression. Went, please don't look at it. It will only upset you. God knows it upset me seeing Hyde Marie do that, but it had to be done. She wasn't human, Meike. Meike could see that well enough from how horribly pale the girl was, but still she grieved for her. She couldn't overlook how very young the girl was, nor how fragile she was. It seemed gross cruelty to treat a child so. Who could have killed her so callously? Meike's stomach churned and she then with bitter and uncritic tears beating her eyes. Meike! Meike turned her head and vomited all over the stone floor. Meike felt woozy after ejecting and concentrated her stomach upon the floor. She hadn't time to properly regain her bearings. With sympathetic, Henny was anxious to keep moving. After consoling Meike, soon took a hold of her hand again. I'm sorry, Meike, we really have to run. We can't stay here, not any longer. I need to get you to safety. Meike would have argued if she could, but that felt perfectly safe when Magdalena yet could not. There was a sharp, sour taste back of her throat which perverted all words. In any event, she knew the words she wanted to speak were just truths. She was not safe with Lena. How could she be? The other woman had caused her so many wounds. If she continued to stay with Lena, it would seem inevitable that she would die. Henny knew this too and traveled all this way to rescue her, yet though Meike appreciated it, and a grateful part of her wished to stay not be bothered. Meike had already made peace with the thought of dying. She had made peace with it long ago, but Lena had taken her prisoner, Ethan. She had always been a captive in some form or another, unable to say what was on her mind or do what she truly. Living with her parents would be no true life. It had been a hollow, empty existence. Had parodied living, yet had also been too full of waiting, all without consequences, for it to mean anything. Meike had never truly lived at all, not in all her 25 years. Only changed after meeting Lena. Lena meant to kill her, but at least her company had let Meike's pitiful existence some sense of purpose. Meike didn't want to leave her. She couldn't leave her, but Meike knew not how to communicate this to Henny. She did not think Henny would understand, regardless of how close they were. How could she? Henny had witnessed Meike's loneliness for herself with her own eyes over the course of many years. She knew not just how it hurt Meike, wearing her down until death began to seem preferable in the purgatory. She had no idea. She thought she was saving Meike, but in fact she was only wrenching her away from all that she cared for. What would she do, Meike wondered, if Henny really was able to free her from Lena's abode? Where would she go? To Augsburg? She was supposed to marry Walter Gerhardt and her parents' plan, but that was too horrible a fate to contemplate. Meike would rather have died. She would rather have died with Lena. Come on, Meike, just a bit further. Henny had led Meike to the entrance hall of Lena's home, a vast empty shell of room, which might have once been grand, but is now chalked with dust. Meike took in, though vaguely, the chandelier suspended from the ceiling, the stone with spider webs, and the old piano in the corner. Lid closed, untouched. The air was stagnant and a funk of decay. The entrance hall was dark, too, illuminated only by a few weak, wavering bands of light which spilled through the window. The moonlight, which was bright enough, however, Meike could see the hall was not deserted. She'd seen figures, one hanging back, obscured by shadow, while the other two faced off in the other. These figures were Lena. She was glowering, her lips pulled back in a snarl, which revealed her teeth sharp like knives. The other figures, meanwhile, were familiar to Meike. Her stature was diminutive, her heart-shaped face dwarfed by her swaths of hair. The figure of this girl seemed so slight, Meike would have put her age at anything past 8 or 9. She was so slender, there was something fairy-like about her. The girl looked innocent, but glance she made apparent she was no ordinary child. Her skin was like white as milk, and her eyes were liquid gold. She must have been like Lena, and like the girl, Meike thought with a shudder. Struggled to the bed, impaled through the heart. She was a vampire. Come on, Meike, let's try and get around them while they're busy. We've got a bit of way to go, and I think we'll be able to make it. I don't think they've noticed us. Henny led Meike down the stairs. She followed barefoot, dazed by which was occurred. True to Henny's word, Lena seemed not to notice her. She was too busy glowering at the vampire woman, a truly awful expression upon her face. Goodness me, is this how you treat all your guests? Aren't you the most hospitable, are you? I thought you would have been glad for the company living in a lonely pile like this for very long. I suppose not. Please don't tell me you're one of those curious people who enjoys being alone. If that was the case, I doubt you would have had such a practice of kidnapping. Shut up! Don't you take that tone with me, you monster. Don't you dare. Oh? Girl raised her eyebrow. A monster, am I? Yes, you are, you unpardonable monster. You act so high and mighty when you know what you did. You killed my mistress, you coward. You killed her in cold blood while she was chained up, unable to act. Oh, she was only a child. Ah, yes, I suppose I did do that, didn't I? You suppose? Indeed, I did, and I must apologize for that. I fear I must have made quite the poor person. Perhaps I ought to have sought your company out first, rather than heading straight to the little mistress. But I thought it was common courtesy to talk to the lady of the house before her servants. You might have had years to perfect your deception, but I can tell at a glance. You're not a proper lady, you're common scullery maid. Very amusing that you thought you could act above your station like that. It's so funny that I might laugh, but I suppose that would be right too. Goodness me, I can't really do anything right. Hide Murray. Third figure, this one tall and slender man who'd been half hidden in the shadows, stepped forward to caution the girl. Don't make such a scene. Murdering a child is nothing to gloat about, not when she was incapable of fighting back. Now, let us stop this silliness and focus on the task at hand. We still have one more vampire to dispose of before we consider our job done. Oh. Vampire girl, Hyde Marie, and Mickey, suppose her name, was inclined her head in the talking direction. That isn't any fun. You know how much I love talking. Rare that I get the chance to interact with one of my very... I am aware. You shouldn't let yourself get distracted, not while we still have a job to do. You need to focus. Ugh, what a pain. Never let me have it. Fun. Lena stared at Hyde Marie down, her red eyes little more than pinpricks in the whites of her eyes. You wouldn't kill my young mistress, and you would call it fun? Have you truly no heart? You are reprehensible. Perhaps I am, but you've no right to chastise me yourself, vampire. How many innocents have you murdered yourself over years to satiate your own bloodlust? This house is quite the macabre if it pretend otherwise, but you've been doing it for decades. You can't hide the truth. I can smell the blood in the air and all of the death. Now I think it's high time I put an end to your wicked... It shouldn't be that hard. Hyde Marie's golden eyes flickered languidly over Magdalene. You aren't at all in your peak physical condition. I can see it from that pinch-pained look in your face, and the way you slouched your shoulder. That little mistress of yours, who you kept chained up like a rabid dog, hasn't been treating you very well, has she? That is none of your business. You've been sustaining her over the years with fresh victims. Don't think I don't know what's been going on. She hasn't been at all appreciative of your efforts. I imagine she gets violent when she gets hungry. I wouldn't be at all surprised if she bites. Be quiet. That's the problem, of course, when our kind are turning too young. These poor, pathetic, fledgling vampires tend to lose their rationality. They can't handle the strain of immortality, and their mental faculties abandon them. They lose their sense of self, and they become nothing more than monsters. They can't be reasoned with, they can scarcely even think. They exist solely to satisfy their own hunger. But we vampires are greedy, selfish creatures, never satisfied for long. It's impossible to keep young vampires like that from lashing out, no matter how hard you might try. That girl was obviously a lost cause. I have no idea why you thought it was a good idea to keep her alive for so long. I was doing her a favor when I... An aberration. I said be quiet. I might not be in the best condition right now, but I'm more than a match for a coward like you who murders small children for sport. I won't let you escape unpunished, not after what you did to my mistress. Okay, now that is funny. Awfully hypocritical of you to want to fight me when I was turned before my 11th year. In human terms, I'm still a young girl myself, but please don't get any funny ideas and I'm not so weak that creature called your mistress. I never did lose my sense of self, though. I've been alive for centuries. I'm one of the oldest vampires in Europe, certainly powerful. You really think you can best me? If so, I admire your optimism. Very misplaced. It'd be easier if you simply submitted to me. But never mind. I'm more than willing to teach you a lesson. Becky had been watching this exchange halfway up the grand staircase for in horror, and now Henny seemed long last to have had enough. Becky, come on. Henny tugged at Becky's hand again, trying to chivvy her along. We need to move. Becky knew Henny was right, yet she could not tear her eyes away from Lena. Marie was fast approaching Lena, supremely self-confident despite her short stature. The vampire girl might have looked like a child, but Meke knew she was anything but. Her smile was genial enough, but her gold eyes were cold and contained within them no mercy. It was she who had killed a child chained up. She had driven the stake through her child's heart and had perhaps to her dying cries. She was every inch a killer, just as Magdalena. Now she meant to put an end to Lena too. Meke feared she might be successful in this. How could Meke run away with Henny and let that happen? She could not. She had to protect Lena. I'm sorry, Hen, but... Meke, with a burst of newfound strength, wrenched her arm free from Henny's grasp and dashed for it. I need to help Lena. What? But Meke! Henny called after her friend, right arm extended. Why would you do that? She kidnapped you. You don't owe her anything. She might have kidnapped me, but it doesn't mean I don't care about her. She's a good person, really, and I don't want her hurt, much less kill him. Now wait, oh please wait. Meke's feet slapped against the ground as she ran, her nightgown billowing about her legs. Coming between Lena and her Hyde Marie, she spread out her arms in hopeful yet ultimately futile gesture of one who meant to stop whistling in the wind or lashing of the rain. Don't do this, please, don't hurt. Oh. But despite Meke's good intentions, she was able to finish her entreaty. Hyde Marie has been moving too quickly, far more quickly than any human eye could hope to follow it, and though sprying Meke, she's not been able to slow. The young vampire was soon upon Meke, her right hand extended. Her nails, which were filled with dangerous sharp points, pressing against Meke's back and pierced straight through her chest. Hyde Marie's right hand had penetrated Meke's ribcage, and her flesh was made nothing sturdier than spiderweb. When Meke cried out, it only took a few moments of pain to fully hit her. Her eyes wider than goose eggs, she looked down, staring at the arm which penetrated her shuddering body. Viscous red liquid began to ooze down Hyde Marie's white wrist, so vivid in the gloom of Magdalena's cavernous entrance hall that it looked unreal, something from a dream. Meke's blood was brighter than rubies and thicker than strawberry jam. Meke's blood twitched about Hyde Marie's. She felt herself turning and numb by increments, first her legs, then her chest, then her shoulders, then her arms, and she could no longer feel the tips of her fingers. Meke looked at her own blood as it dripped down the threadbare carpet and moaned. Her blood looked oddly beautiful and obscene, profane sort of, but Meke didn't have the time to contemplate how brightly her blood shone, nor how otherworldly it seemed. The agony of being rent in two soon overcame. Oh, Meke! Oh God, Meke! Meke! And with that, a twin series of cries from the two women came, and Meke cared about most. Her body twittered. She teetered. All strength she had possessed fled her, and that too had been a dream. Meke drew away from Hyde Marie with one jerking footstep, thus freeing herself from the young vampire's grasping right hand. Her chest wound, no longer stompered by Hyde Marie, seemed to expand when she shuffled away. It gaped like a maw of hungry beasts. The more Meke lifeblood spilled onto the stone staircase. Meke pressed one white trembling hand to her wound and was surprised when her fingers came away stained. She could smell blood in the air, her blood. It was dizzying, overpowering, stench right with plugged to her nostril. Meke swayed. With a hiss of pain, she fell. Meke's body hit the floor like a lifeless, senseless doll. No! And her vision went black. Meke, oh God, oh God! Henny watched with wide, anxious eyes. Meke collapsed to the ground, pressing one hand over her aching chest. The maid cried out to rouse her mistress, though to little avail. Meke, please wake up. This can't be happening. Henny dashed to Meke's side, knelt before her. Meke's head cradled on her lap. Henny took care not to jostle Meke as she embraced her, for fear of hurting her. but a resultant gasp of pain from Meike's lips would have been preferable to the silence that Henny greeted. Meike did not open her eyes, so Henny threaded her fingers through the disheveled hair. She was still breathing, though barely, but this offered Henny little in the way of solace. Meike's face was so pale she might have been a corpse. The wound Hyde-Marie had inflicted upon her meanwhile was gaping and continued to ooze blood like particularly macabre fountain as Henny watched. Henny did not touch Meike's wound, worried she would only make it worse, but it was bleeding so profusely she soon found herself slowly. The rich, overwhelming touch of blood clung to Henny, which did not pull away from her mistress. To leave Meike lying upon the floor with nothing to cushion her head seemed callous beyond all measure. Henny was now certain there was nothing she could do to save her dear friend. Meike had lost too much blood and the poor face was still very pale. Meike, oh Meike. I didn't come here to hurt you. This isn't what I wanted. Henny, Henny's, oh my god, I'm dumb. I wanted to rescue you. I thought I could help, so why? More tears fell from Henny's lashes as they rolled down her cheeks, dripped upon Meike's body, mingling with the bright red blood which stained from front of her gown. Why did things work out this way? How did I make such a mess out of everything? Why am I so useless? These furies forced their way to Henny's throat in a low, pained moan, almost like that of an animal. Her tears were so intense that her body seemed ready to collapse in on itself. Henny knew crying would not help her, but she could not stop herself. There seemed nothing to do but cry, and Meike in so sorry a state. Why, her body seemed to be growing colder with every passing second. Meike's blood, however, was still very warm, and still continued to spill. Oh god. Magdalena, for her part, was immobile in a manner which almost echoed Meike's. Her eyes were so wide they seemed all whites. Her body quivered, fingers curling in a fist at her side, and she murmured, "This can't be happening. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it." Oh, Meike. Now this is an intriguing development. Hyde-Marie surveyed Magdalena archly, one hand resting upon her hip, her right hand still dabbed up the wrist in Meike's blood, which had now begun to congeal. Though Hyde-Marie had been the one to deal Meike that fatal blow, she didn't seem particularly moved by Meike's grisly fate. Lips pursed, she said in a voice cold enough to make Magdalena shudder. I didn't think that you'd be so upset by Meike's injury, Vampire. Did you not intend to drain her like this yourself? I only sped up the process along, though it occurred was rather unfortunate. I meant to help her, not harm her. I don't care what you meant. Whether you meant to help her or not is irrelevant now. Look what you've done. How could you? How could I? Hyde-Marie raised an eyebrow. You forgot, Vampire, that you are the one who kidnapped her. I never would have been summoned here if not for your actions. You are the one who's to blame for this, man. I didn't even have to hurt her. I was trying to go after you, but she got in the way. I have no idea why she wanted to protect. She must have had some very strange ideas about our kind. Doesn't she know that we vampires are stronger than any humans could ever hope to be, especially weak, willowy-limbed women such as herself? If I hadn't adjusted the angle of my attack in time, would have pierced her heart, then she would not be breathing at all. But of course Meike knows about vampires. We've spent enough time together that she knows full well my strength eclipsed hers, and yet... Magdalena grit her teeth together, overcome with the intensity of her own emotion. She knew that, but she still came between us. She must have meant to protect me. Meike has always been like that. She's thoughtful to a fault, to the point of self-sacrifice. Why did she have to play at being a heroine? She should have known things would have ended up like that. Oh, Meike. Meike, you fool. Magdalena couldn't cry, but her shoulders shook regardless. Her face twisted anew, not with anger, but with grief as she pressed her hands to her face. You're right. I might have lashed out at you, but the fact remains that Meike wouldn't have been in this situation if it wasn't for me. I'm the one who put her in. All my fault. I never wanted to harm her, but... Another dry sob wrenched its way from Lena's throat, so intense that she had to squeeze her eyes shut. The smell of blood hung in the air, dense and heavy. Lena could smell it when she inhaled, tasted upon her tongue. The blood was like that of a siren song, sweetly intoxicating. But the knowledge of it belonged to Meike and made Magdalena's stomach turn. How will I ever make amends for what I've done? Oh, Meike, you sweet, idiotic, adorable little... There's no need for you to leap to my defense. I am no hopeless damsel. Meike, please. Henny, who was kneeling on the ground, continued to shake Meike to little avail. Meike's breath was beginning to wear thin, even as Henny implored her to open her eyes to take her hand to live on despite the odds. Please don't leave me. Don't go. I can't bear it. Lena stiffened anew as Henny spoke. She sounded so desperate it mirrored her own feelings. She didn't want Meike to die either, but what could she do? What is the point of living as long as I have to know if I know not how to help people I care about the most? What in the world am I to do? Hyde-Marie, who remained arch despite Henny and Lena's evidently snapped. There is something you can do, you know, if you wish to save her. What? Lena drew her hand from her haste and raised her head to meet Hyde-Marie's. What are you referring to exactly? Must I elaborate further? You know already, Vampire, given your nature. Don't tell me you've not considered the possibility of turning her. You mean I ought to make her into one of us? I did not say that you ought to, only that you could. If you could care about this human woman as much as you seem to, then you could still save her. You only need to bite her neck and drain some of her blood. That should be enough to change her. Her heart might stop beating, but she'll still be alive in a sense at least. You'd be fast about it, though, if that's what you desire. I don't think she has much time left. You cannot transform corpses, only the living. But I suppose you must know that already. Of course I do. You don't need to explain it to me. I am a child. So am I a child. Oh my god. I have thought of turning her, of course. Believe me, I have. But do you really think I could go forward with such a great act of selfishness? You think it would be selfish to spare her life? Yes, I do. I would be sparing her from nothing if I turned her into a vampire. I would accomplish nothing but save making her suffer. I don't want Meike to die, but I want even less than never to eternal death, without the reprieve of wrestling, not unless she were to will it. These are my only two choices. I'd rather let Meike pass peacefully, but I would far rather see her live as a human woman. I just want her to be happy. I see, so that's how it is. Marie replied, as a brief pause on one hand, pressing winning. I had wondered about your precise for the dying Fraulein, but it seems like it was nothing more than a captor and a captive. You might have kidnapped her for nefarious purposes, but it seems you really did grow to care for her. That you have no desire to turn her speaks volumes for your character. You aren't the sort of monster who would condemn others to follow empty life with death, such as sunk their fangs us all those decades prior. Vampire though you are capable of rational. Perhaps that's why your clumsy young Fraulein jumped to your... You must have seen there was something within you worth saving. I can't hate you after hearing your response, and neither do I wish to harm you. I would rather this story end on a cheerful note. This rarely happens in my line of work. So, Marie clicked her fingers and then glanced sharply at Johann. You know what to do. My charming assistant, please make yourself. But of course, I am ready and willing to serve. If I might be able to help and ease her. My duty as a humble servant of the Lord. At these words at his lips, that Johann bent down by Meike's side. Reaching down, he captured between her fingers one of Meike's lips, fell her wrist, and standing with a smile. Please forgive me, Frau Henrika. I didn't mean to disturb you. But if I'm to aid her, I will be quick about it, though. She has lost an awful lot of blood. I can see that myself, but oh wait, what do you mean to do to her exactly? I mean only to aid her if I can. I've helped her others before in similar circumstances. Almost as dire as this. I fear this may be a challenge, though. It may take me some time and no small amount of concentration. Might I ask that you hush so I can carry out my work uninterrupted? Of course you may, but if it will help my Meike, but I fail to see what can be done for her. You don't have training as a physician, do you? Please. Marie scoffed. Johann's capabilities aren't half as prosaic. There's no need for a needle and thread to sew together his patients, even unfortunate such as Lady Meike. Johann has several unique capabilities which humans do not possess. He is so very pure and goodly. His hands exude a certain kind of energy, as you might term it, or else magic. You know you know that I don't hold with magic. It smacks the devil. I prefer to think of my abilities as a gift, or rather a blessing, bestowed upon me by God up on high. Yes, I know, goodness, you're so picky about these things. I don't think that these cinematics matter awfully myself. I'd rather been alive too long to care for such petty things. You humans are... I wasn't trying to insinuate that you would be touched by the devil. You are too much of a do-gooder for that. Why, thank you. I will take that as a compliment, I suppose. It wasn't meant to be one, and you are so very kind you make my stomach turn. You would say that, you loving chaos as you never pass a chance to make it. And what of it? I believe I've earned that right after living so many centuries. Life gets boring, you know, if one has trying to be nice. I suppose that's something that you wouldn't know, though, not having dwelt upon this earth for all that long. I'm glad for that, though, as living as long as you have would warp me into a ne'er-do-well such as yourself. You would call me a ne'er-do-well? How cutting. My poor heart bleeds. Your heart cannot bleed. There's no blood left in it. The body dried up a long time ago. And how do you mean to call me a husk? Marie drew back and displayed a fox offense, her arms folded. Well, I never. As Marie and Johann bickered, Penny looked at Meike, a pale face protruded by her mistress. Meike received an achievement, benediction. She could see, even as she sat there, a strange celestial light beginning to gather around Johann. This light spread over Meike's body, imbuing them in otherworldly glow. Gasp. Hey, baby. Goodness. I don't mean to fully understand what you were doing, but are you healing my mistress? Healing? Is that truly possible? It is with God-given gifts, yes. I have the ability to diminish aches and pains with nothing more than the touch of my hand. This is why I work with Hyde Marie. It is my duty to keep an eye on her and to aid any unwitting victim who may get caught up in the crossfire of battle. She is not given to restraint, as you might have noticed. Here, Johann sighed. It's harder for me to heal wounds such as so, particularly when so much blood has been. I need to concentrate if I would have any hope. Oh yes, of course. Please forgive me. I've never seen anything like this, so I'm curious. The cat linked up. Hey baby. Hi. She's curled up. Now, if this is going to help make it, I do whatever I can if it is you want. Whatever, Anne-Marie smiled thin. I would be careful with introducing the word for future free line. Give Johann rather too much leave. Fortunately for you, he's kind enough not to take advantage. You might not be so lucky when it comes to machinations of others. Anne-Marie snickered unpleasantly while Johann continued. He gripped Maike's wrist tight and bowed his head, his lips pursed together in silent prayer while he... Henny, meanwhile, could only watch, wide-eyed, while still holding Maike's crumpled feet. It seemed impossible that Maike might be restored to her senses after having been so grievously injured. Why, it would take real miracles to save her. That was what Henny thought, but weren't Johann's healing hands miraculous in of themselves? Henny had never before heard such his powers, and she felt rather overwhelmed by it all. She did not begrudge Johann for aiding her mistress, but it was unnerved all the time. Despite Johann's assertions that his abilities had been bestowed upon him by God, there was something unnatural about the light. Henny had half mind to pull Maike away from him, and so to sever the connection established between her mistress and her grim-faced father. This would result in disaster. Johann seemed to only be the Christian capable of her. As such, Henny had little choice but to allow him to work despite his commands. Henny closed her eyes, cradling Maike's head upon her lap, and internally she prayed. Please, Henny prayed. The fervor she had not felt for quite some time, not since escaping Lord and Lady von Essen's carriage. Let my Maike be. Please let her open her eyes. Let her draw in breath anew without having to struggle for it, unless the burden which was on her body. Please let her get better. And he prayed and prayed and prayed, and he prayed as the seconds elapsed, so entrenched in her own thoughts, her surroundings slipped away. The stench of blood in the air no longer weighed upon her, neither did the anxious beatings of her heart within her breast. She forgot about Lena, who stood by the statue, and Hyde Marie, who watched with fatal curiosity from behind stand. Even about Johann, whose fingers still clasped Maike. She thought only of Maike, her mistress and her friend both. She recalled the times they had spent together, made younger, and made excursion to the von Essen family crypt. She had incurred Lady von Essen. She recalled walks through the von Essen family estate, their arms locked together as they went promenading late on the riverbank in summer months. The dragonflies were out and about. She recalled the games of Joker played in Maike's bedroom, and the shy whispered secrets Maike had shared with her. Nobody else had. She recalled Maike's fears about marrying Walter Hart, and how she had trembled when she confided these fears to Henny. Henny had been dismissive of Maike's worries back then. She had tried to cheer Maike up, tell her it had not been as bad as what she did. Now Henny feared the forest. She had upset Maike by failing to pay proper heed to her concerns. Henny had wished that she could apologize for the hurt she might have caused. She wished only she could tell Maike how much she meant to her. She wished, well, there was so much she wished for, so much she wished to say, but what could she wish for? But what she wished for most of all was Maike would recover. Henny clung to this hope, though it was talisman, her eyes tightly shut, her desperate desire burned within her, brighter than any star, intense enough to be all-encompassing. She prayed and prayed, and eventually, Henny heard her name in soft cadence, recognized the voice was weak, void of any real energy, but still was enough to soothe her anxious. Henny's eyes snapped open, fitfully. She stared down at the woman who lay upon her lap. Maike, oh my Maike. Maike's own eyes were still closed. Upon her lips she wore a small smile, stared only slightly with. Her nightgown was fully splattered with blood, but Henny could see that her wound had healed, her skin visible through her torn nightgown unbleached. Johann had succeeded after all, despite his earlier caution. He had healed her. Maike was safe. Oh, thank goodness, I'm so relieved. Maike, my Maike. Cat is gonna fall off of my lap. How she's laying. There we go, that's better. Henny. Maike squeezed Henny's hand with her own, as though to reassure her. It was a gesture so obviously sweet and so very Maike, which tipped Henny over the edge. She slumped forwards, her shoulders shaking. She began to cry. Magdalena, too, was surveying the scene which unfolded before her wide eyes. Pressing one hand to her mouth, she exclaimed softly, Meke, oh Meke, I can hardly believe it. I was so worried about you. You had died. Oh, a shudder ran through Lena's body as she overcame. She sunk to the floor. I don't know if I could have endured it. I have no idea what I'd do without you. I'm so sorry for you suffered so much. I'm sorry. Lena pressed both her hands to her face anew. She had no tears to hide. She began to sob soundlessly, her shoulders trembling as the polar explorer caught in a frigid blizzard. Marie, for her part, watched on her arms folded. Her right hand was still dark with Meke's blood. Yet she paid it little. Observing Magdalena's sobs, she said softly, It would appear that this vampire isn't half as dangerous as I first thought. The little vampire I incapacitated upstairs is much more threatening than she. Now that she has been taken care of, the older one should have no need to continue preparing victims to appreciate her bloodline. I wonder. Sighed Marie. Johann rose on steady legs, wearied his effort to revitalize Meke, then approached his. Are you having second thoughts? Sighed Marie nodded. Tell me, Johann, what were you thinking of me awfully weak-willed if I chose just this once to spare our quarry's life? It would seem surprisingly sentimental coming from you, but rare in our line of work that we're able to usher in happy as. Our Lady Magdalena seems to have no further desire to harm you. As such, you have no reason to turn from the combat. In circumstances unique as these, I do not think there's any reason for you. That is precisely what I am thinking. She's not doing anything wrong, as far as I can gather, other than existing. Yet I know better than anyone that we vampires do not ask made as we are. We have little choice in it. I believe this poor conflicted creature is not a monster who ought to be treated accordingly. I am not completely devoid of fear. I do not know how to sympathize with the plights of others. I cannot help but feel sorry for this Fraulein. Hyde Marie clicked her tongue, considering and then smiled. Very well, then I shall spare you. Let us report to our superiors at church that we slew the monster and she will no longer be. We needn't tell them about Fraulein Lena. She is no monster. I doubt the church will come all the way out here to corroborate our tale. Not unless the Fraulein here gets peckish and starts picking off more travelers. You can keep your consumption of human flesh to a minimum, then nobody need know you here at all. You can continue to live, if indeed your continued existence is termed as such, and everybody will be happy. Isn't that nice of me? What? Let us stare at Hyde Marie, still shaking like a new. Will you truly let me go? Indeed, I shall. I'm tired of spilling blood, and it looks like you haven't had much to drink for a while regardless. In your current state, you're much for fun to play with. I doubt you need more than a few droplets of your own to spill anyway. But you were sent here to kill me. I think I almost deserve it when I think about everything I've done. I've killed dozens, no hundreds of people. Only hundreds? Hyde Marie scoffed. Don't make me laugh. I've killed far, far more. Don't forget, I have been alive longer than you, and tasted far more surely satisfied my own greed. I am more immoral than the two of us, and I continue to live. Who's to say I shouldn't? You shouldn't. I am no position. Ah, now that's funny. Lena laughed dryly without humor. Isn't it your job to judge godless beings such as myself, executor of the church? On paper, I suppose, but I don't think myself being all that important. I've never been one to care about right or wrong. I only do what fighting you are wouldn't on all. Not when I know how pathetic. It would feel too much like kicking a poor defenseless puppy. Pathetic, am I? You are, yes. You don't look so put out by that. Most vampires are pathetic in comparison to me. Hyde Marie tittered, then spoke anew, her voice which was much more serious. It would rather naughty of you to harm so many innocents, but I presume you only did so to that child you were saddled with. You didn't partake in any blood yourself, did you? No, I couldn't. Seeing Christelle feed turned my stomach. I knew I had no desire to end up like her, a slave to my desire. I thirsted for blood too, like all vampires do, but I've never once drank the blood. Feed only on the blood of wild animals. All those people, like bandits and the brigands, offered up to Christelle. I had to hunt for her. I had no choice. Without me, she died. I understand now, but I think killing her might have been for the best. Surely you knew she was. Yes, I believe you did realize that you must have, serving as long as you did. Keeping her alive, all that act of cruelty, had no sinful thought left in her, no purpose for it, save satisfying her own perverse hunger. But it's no matter, I believe you suffered enough. I know your heart was in the right place. I won't condemn you for your actions. I have no place to. You're enjoying loyalty to you. So misguided, somewhat touching. Almost enough to bring it. Or at least it would have been. Could I cry? Oh. Marie looked at Johann, a small smile playing about her lips. I believe our work here is I have defeated the vicious vampire in peace. I have no desire to wait out in the heinous heroines of the story. Shall we depart? I would hate to get in the way of the joyous rejoicing. And you are in the dire need to rest yourself. You look half dead on you. I cannot argue with that. I feel awfully with you. I'm unsure whether I can make this journey to Augsburg unassisted. Fortunate for you, then I may have me to help you. Lean on my shoulder if you wish, and I can guide you. Is that not kind of me? Oh yes, very much so. You're thoughtful as no bounds. That's what I thought. Marie snickered. The pair of us should soon be departing. Do you wish to come with us, Fraulein? The question she addressed to him on the floor beside Mickey. Or would you rather stay here and tend to your mistress? I believe she will be in safe hands with Lena, but I have no doubt you're worried about her welfare. Oh yes, I must thank you both for leading Meike and you, Johann, for helping her. I can't come back with you. Meike needs me to stay with her, and she's in no fit state to travel. I must stay here with her as long as she needs me, unless... And he looked at Lena, abashed. You two would have a problem with them. I forgot this is your home. You overstep your mark, young man. Have you forgotten your courtesy and your concern? But I suppose I can begrudge you for that. I know how it feels for my own mistress. Meike is far sweeter than Christelle ever was. I will let you stay here if you wish to tempt Meike well. If you fellow human, you would be better served to care for her than I am. My attempts, I fear, would be quite clumsy. I have no say in whether you stay or leave. It's not truly my home, or has it ever been. I am no lady. I was only ever protected. Oh, thank you, Magdalena. Thank you very much. I promise I'll do everything I can to help Meike. I won't let her condition worsen, not under my watchful eye. Nala is watching the screen too, by the way. She's laying in my lap on a pillow watching the... You need to reassure me. The relationship between you two is very special. While I was nothing more than Christine, I see that you are truly making. Why is it enough to make me jealous? I fear I could never compete. That's alright. I don't think we need to both care about her after all, and like they said, heads are better than one. I think Meike will recover much better if we're both here, you say. I think after everything that's happened, I'm very tired. Who wouldn't mind escorting me in my room? I need to lie down. Oh, of course, let me help you to your feet. You can come too, Lena. Help me lift. You're a lot stronger. Easier. Now this is... What is? I thought you would balk at the prospect of touching your precious mate. In the past, perhaps, I would have, but you've proven how much you care for her. Don't touch the controller, baby. You wouldn't care cried for her sake otherwise. Now come on, let's not beat around the bush. Meike needs that. Yes, dear Lena. Come help me. Hen can't support me. I fear I'm hopelessly. Don't keep your distance, please. That would break my heart. And I looked between Meike and Hen. One hand clasped on her. Held her lips paused and said, "Oh, Meike, I'm so glad to hear you." Then I left step forward, and when Henny's aid, not that it was necessary, to raise Meike. Both women shifted her gently, so as not to harm her, each taking one of Meike's pills off their shoulders. While this occurred, Marie smiled and turned. Let us be on our own way. There's nothing that can just be gained by us continuing to stand. I know not about you, but I have no desire to stand on gawping. Right, I'm coming, Heidemarie. Don't walk too. Please, spare a thought for me. Heidemarie crossed the airy entrance and then pushed open the closing double door to put a brush for a tiny sea of sand. The doors opened with a low creak like that of an injured animal. Night air rushed. She paused for a few moments upon the threshold of the door to look. Held aloft by Henny and Magdalene. Despite their difference, Heidemarie thought that the three women looked awfully close, just like sisters. This thought brought a smile to the young vampire's lips. Lowering wind could just... She did not wait, likely to extravagance. She turned anew, satisfied that she had performed her job, and stepped out into the... Johann followed behind her at the door. The door creaked once more and slammed shut with a tremendous thud. Thud echoed throughout the cavernous halls of Lena's home, deserted but now. Hersel's corpse lay in her bedchamber, turning cold. Lena's thoughts were on Meike as she held her, and Henny as she held her. And I had been one of horror. Who was Lena? Maybe God had not forsaken her. Finally, the clouds in her heart had parted, and now she was working together. Both Henny and Lena were able to support Mickey up the stairs and across the hallway to her. Lena did not need Henny's help. She appreciated the other woman's presence only because it let her know that Henny had accepted her. She seemed to have recognized in the wake of Lena's breakdown that Lena had grown to care for Mickey. Lena might have been the instrument which brought Mickey's suffering, but she had not done so with. Henny seemed to understand that, and by extending the olive, she prepared to offer her forgiveness. It no longer seemed to matter much what Cat stood up. Maybe that's my screen. Not when Mickey was still alive. Henny and Lena were both lay up Mickey's bed, and as she lay, her dark front dried blood. Henny wet a cloth in the basin by Mickey's bedside and wiped the said blood away. She did. Lena soothed Mickey, reassuring her that all would be well. I won't let anything hurt you. Not again. I have no further need for your blood, mistress. Hear Lena's voice caught in her throat. She had to look away. He is no more. No amount of blood could save me. Gone, but I am still here, as you are. As are you. It will make you. Sorry I put you through so many hurts. I am so sorry. Mickey was half conscious at this point by the cool flannel upon her bare skin, Lena's hand, so was barely able to offer Lena more. It's alright, I forgive you all of it. You do? Oh, of course I do. I know that you never meant me. I might have hated you. Mickey yawned, exhausted, and her eyelashes fall. Softly she muttered, and her voice sounded like a sleep. You're a lot nicer than credit. Saying so, making conscious of not with loss of blood. She dozed, her body lighter in the fog. She did. To make a dream, she saw herself with both Henny and Lena. Three of them were laughing and smiling in her mind's eye. Always been close, nothing more than three ordinary. In Make's imagining, there was nothing to keep her and Lena apart. Henny gave the pair her blessing. Smiling gently, Lena took her hand, and upon her pursed lips, she pressed a soft gentle. While Mickey lay in bed, tending bedside both Lena and Henny, Johann found himself in a rather precarious state. Ashen-faced father was always pale, yet now he looked paler than ever, even whiter than moonlight. He dragged himself through the darkened, raven black hair melting in his surrounding shadow. Johann's face was white enough to be bloodless, his eyes half-lit, aggressive, and the mere act of walking made breath catching his. It was cold and deep in the woods, wasn't barely so, but Johann's brow still mirrored beads of sweat, his teeth clanking not from the cold but from he wobbled as he walked, and Heidemarie had his winding one slender arm around his wrist and easy there. Heidemarie spoke gently, more gently than he might have thought capable of, given her nature, and Johann leaned against him. We'll be alright, I'm still here, I have you. Any onlooker, the current seemed certainly and not downright ridiculous. Johann was a good deal taller and diminutive Heidemarie. He was leaning against her for support. He was relying on her to keep him upright. He tried to cut away through the wood. Heidemarie seemed at a glance much too small to aid slight to aid Johann, yet she did. She bore him with ease, her brow perfectly smooth like a velvet. Heidemarie had emerged from her spat with Nina and her mistress wholly unscathed. She had not even needed to exert herself while accompanying her grisly task, not while her victim had been enchained. Heidemarie had been able to pierce Christelle's heart with the young vampire girl had been able to offer up any fight. She simply cried and said, Heidemarie, and dispatched her. Heidemarie had hoped that Lena might give her more of a fight. This hope too had been scuttled. Mickey had come between the two of them and caught Heidemarie's. She really was a funny, not Mickey. So impulsive despite being well-bred young. Maybe it was because of her red hair. Heidemarie had heard redheads tended that it was simply part of their name. Perhaps it came from excess blood, balance. Heidemarie did wonder, but it seemed silly to postulate, especially when Johann was self. Heidemarie, for her part, had never felt lighter. Full moon's light had imbued her with such dreadful, arcane sort of it stalked through the moons with could have frolicked if she wished, but through the foliage like a nymph or a dragon. Heidemarie knew she should. Even if it would have been a pretty picture, a young slim girl dancing for Satan. Dense fog swirl, pretty angry. He could have stayed his port Johan. He had worked hard that much harder than Hyde. For a mere human, one who will awkward at all, Hyde keeps him long dangling. He had pushed himself well past his own. Johan had been able to maintain him to near complete farewell to him. The potato-faced Fraulein who had come with him for aid no longer had the strength to carefully curate himself. He was fading, his body failing. Marie had known that her hand went rent, make his chest thunder. The wound she had inflicted was been apparent that it required a significant degree of concentration for Johan to make his inner workings had, after all, been reduced to a fine red mist, a gruesome pate of bone and muscle. Marie had not fully believed when Johan had taken Make would be able to heal her at all. In this score, Johan's faith had evidently been stronger than Marie. Johan had taken Make to him, a sheep who had strayed from God, and had done all he could to save her. He had poured his own life essence into her, and in doing so he had made Make whole. He had healed her, but at what cost? Marie had seen Johan utilize his curious power for occasion, him set bones and soothe fevered brows, but she had never seen him use his powers close to wounds as large as that. Marie did not think Johan himself had ever used his curious gift. Now he was paying the price. Johan's gift might have been divinely granted, still he had possessed ever since he was a young boy, but did not come with its drawback. It required no shortage of mental fortitude for Johan to utilize his healing touch, no shortage of strength. Unfortunately for Johan, his strength has been in short supply for quite some time. He had spent the last 4 years working alongside Marie. During the past years, he had acted as their primary source. Whenever Marie hungered for blood, which was not quite so often, given her advanced, had whetted the worst of her appetite, returned to Johan. Johan's blood was quite unlike any Marie had ever tasted. Pure, it was rich, deeply nourished. The mud of hot cocoa served. It was difficult for her when her teeth had stopped to regain her sense for who she was. Perhaps it was because of Johan's miraculous. One would have thought this tainted bullet still would have cut through his blood like poison, but it was not so. Johan's godly power seemed to pulsate within his lifeblood, veins full. Marie bit Johan tasted miracles, sweet and like heavenly. Johan was simply too delicious for his own good, so much so Marie might have taken her too much. She had drained his blood, of course, before the excursion. Perhaps she had. Johan had tried to reassure her the contrary. Marie had drawn her away from the white collar. Marie had. She had, even if Johan had not wanted her to see, how she trembled when she drew back. Marie had bitten too deep, indulged too much, and Johan had been weak when they first ventured into the. It was to be expected, really, when Johan's body was now beginning to. Johan was lanky, skinny, did not have much in the way of regardless. Years spent donating his blood to Marie help. Neither had his liberal use of healing. He had pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion. He had aided the young Becker. His father had undergone a terrifying transformation. Johan had been able to reverse the wicked enchantment which had befallen the redhead Rebecca, not without sustained. He had been bedridden for a full week after the miracle, but that had left him delayed. Marie had sat with Johan. While his forehead had been beaded with sweat, his fingers had curled his. He had wiped down his forehead. Wow, what she would do with Johan. What would the church's next assignment? For their blood? It seemed unlikely. Back then, Marie had not worried overly over Johan's welfare. He had more concern about lacking courage. Now, however, Marie could not help but feel such a sympathy for manhood. It seemed almost unthinkable that Johan would have been brought so low when he had a sickle wound, unfavored, 10 punctures on his neck, the size of pin, still beneath the high collar of. Marie had seen Johan initially, nothing more than another hand. Desperate, mostly a nuisance set to bind. In the early days of their meeting, the relationship had not been protected. Now, it's alright, Johan, I'm still here. Hear me? Marie felt rather too attached to the dark eyes with sallow skin. She had not wanted to care for him, but what could she do? For all the centuries she had lived, Johan was one of the few people she had not seemed to fear. who spoke to her as an equal. For a human who could be awfully saucy, Heidenreich had always enjoyed how much fight Johann possessed and how often he betrayed her. He did so now, even after the bring of collapse, a smile playing about his lips, despite his rapidly. Ha 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 ha. Fortunately, I can hear you. My faculties have not deserted me. Not completely. Oh, and what do you mean by that? What could be so unfortunate about hearing the angelic strain of my lovely voice? Oh well, you know how. No, I don't know how. Would you like to see it? I want to know exactly what you mean by that. But I fear you're not at all being. Ha ha ha. Well, your fears might have some valid. I am grateful. It's very kind. But I wish I did not have to hear you worry about me. I desire to be a part. Worrying does not suit me. What? Heidenreich glanced at you, cocked her head inquisitively. Little bird and frown. You think that I'm incapable of caring about people? You were when I met you. So cold. Aloof like a statue. How do you change so much? It really isn't. Heidenreich pressed her lips together. Fine. Look at Johann, her golden eyes skimming him up and down, and then, isn't that much? No, I might be old. I'm not amused. I can still be moved. Provided the right person comes along to move me, that is. You're so unlike anybody else. I fear I might become somewhat fond of you, which is why I don't want you to die here. You won't allow it. Do you hear that, Yuri? If you do perish, I shall be very cross with you. Is that so? Once again, Johann laughed, and his weak laugh, one of his flopping shoulders shook. My apologies. I never I fear it may be too late for me already. I am but a mere mortal. Only much I can. Yes. No, you've heard so much already. Perhaps it was walk all the way back to Alp, especially. Johann wins, his body seized by a newfound paroxysm. He shifted sideways, pressing yet more weight on the unity of Heidenreich. Especially when you're such a goodness. Perhaps you ought to sit down for a while, try to get your breath back. Like that. There would only be delaying the inevitable. Johann smiled, though not illuminating his dark eyes. I would hate to make you worry about it. Idiot. Heidenreich set Johann down upon the stump of a nearby tree. The gloved hand stripped his brow free of sweat. And she said, I always worry about you. How can I not, when you're nothing more than a human? Your kind is so very vulnerable. Try to act strong. Grotto really does make Here, Heidenreich drew a hand across her. Just like that. How do you stand it? Now that is a good thing. Nothing left. Let me see. I suppose I can live like this, because existence is the only one I've ever known. I know I am not as hardy as a vampire, and I've never had any cause to. How could I be jealous of something I've never had? Besides, Johann looked at Heidenreich. Smile was perfect. Face horribly waxy. Envy is a sin. I do not wish to see God, not when I've spent all my life trying to serve. Yes, that does make sense. You've been awful bootlegging, Johann. Would call my faith bootlegging. Well, what else would it be? You might act like an upset. I know only thing you really care about is being called a good boy. You do good because you wish to feel good. You wish to be praised for it. You want to be accepted. And that's awfully simple. You really should practice moderation. You can't help everybody you meet. Some people are passive. Now it's too late. You've given up too much of yourself in service. Your flock and to God, too. Heidenreich looked at Johann, and her expression of impassive, voice ice thick and right front. At this point, it does not matter much what I want. I'm going to die regardless. You do know that. Ha ha. Johann laughed wryly as though he was able to summon up the strength to laugh at all that was in this. He looked at Hyde Marie and the little vampire girl, come so close, first companion in all the world, and said, "Well, I'm aware, but you could stand to mention your words a little. Why is that it's almost as though you want me to? Perhaps I do. Perhaps I think you deserve to feel it, putting me in such a bind. Bind? Of all the fathers I've been assigned to watch me, you are by far the most amusing. Your blood is like none I've ever tasted before. When I think that you will die, and for what, that dowdy Fraulein and her silly, impulsive moodiness, I can't help but feel disappointed in it. I know you did what you thought was right, so I shouldn't take that past too much. But did you ever stop to think about me? Hyde Marie. Johann sighed. There was a moment of pause and soft cries ran through his hand. Of course I thought about you. I think about you every day. How could I not when I cherish your company? So why then you decided to throw your own life away? Why are you abandoning? I would not say that. Yeah, I would simply be moving on to another planet. My soul might be free from the... provided you would grant me such a peaceful end. I beg your pardon. What are you suggesting? I would suggest nothing. I would not wish to... But you are right. It would be rather rude of me to pass away to our friendship. Johann smiled crookedly. Are we friends? Well, I do not consider you an enemy. Neither do I. I am quite fond of you, and I shudder to think of what would become of you if I died. As mouthy as you can be, I always did regret you the feeling on your best behavior whilst I would not necessarily trust others to keep an eye on you. So perhaps it would be best for the best if I remain upon this earth for a little while. I'm sure there's more I have left to give, if they were to stop my heart from beating. And I would not want you to be so low. That the real poison after all, which is to kill your kind or drive you mad, is that not right? Johann? Hyde Marie continued to examine Johann mutely, her hair curls shifting about her heart shape. She inhaled, drawing her breath to not fortify her heart, which she took a step forward. Then taking Johann's shaking hand in her own, are you sure this is what you want? Well, I have no particular desire to die. This seems like a poor way of repaying the church for all those years. When I appeared on their doorstep, I'm sure there's more work that could have me going. And things would be easier if I wasn't such a weak and fragile human. Once again, Hyde Marie pressed her lips together. She examined Johann, saw the determination in his face, and furrowed his brow. She drank in his eyes, in particular, which were very dark, so brown they looked like they carpets of beef set in it. Then lightly she laughed. Oh, Johann, I knew there was a reason why I liked you. You might be an awful do-gooder. You know how to keep me on my toes. You never predict what you're going to say. And I think if you were to die here, it would be awful. The world needs more men like you, on whether your heart beats or not, so please allow me. Hyde Marie leant down. She pressed her gloved hand to Johann's shoulder, curling her covered. She closed her eyes, then parting her lips, she said, I promise I will be swift. I have a lot of experience. One is very close and round. Chances of you turning successfully are very high. Long lineage. It should not hurt. Well, not too much. Wickedly she smiled. Her incisors filed down to sharp points, flashed in the wind. Then she dipped her head, taking Johann's fate between them, primarily shattering it like a piece of pottery. Mickey lay unconscious for tucked away in her bed while Henny and Lena drained from her brush with death. She drifted unaware how tightly Lena held her convalescent. Mickey knew not as she thumped that Magdalena sat beside her, praying to a god she did not believe for her sake. When she finally awoke, taking off her exhaustion and stuff ruffled, learned the anxiety her sister had caused. Earlier in the morning when Mickey opened her, it was cloudy and overcast, and only weak rays of sunlight moth-eaten. All pale and washed out thanks to the shower clouds. Annie sat in the chair by Mickey's. Saw Mickey's eyelashes flutter. She, oh, Mickey, my Mickey, I'm so relieved. Oh, I got a message from Alice, Mama. Oh, it's a model update. Henny. Vicky looked at Henny's asking, her head pounding 50%. Thoughts which were far too numerous seemed heavily rocks. Weak though the sunlight was, it stung her eyes and she pain which she had pierced her following Mary's attack had vanished. Now she was ached all over. Her arms and legs felt horribly Latin. Aches at least reassured Mickey that Henny's ink was not a fabrication of battle to magic. This could not be a dream. He felt too important. It took a considerable amount of time and effort for making. Gwen says she did so, and Henry had to lean in to aid. Careful, Mickey. Don't push yourself now. You really... Oh yes, how could I forget? Mickey smiled wearily. I apologize. I try to be more careful. Yes, you do that. I'd hate for your wounds to reopen. What, baby? Why are you staring at me like that? Oh, I do come to think of it, I'm not entirely sure if that's possible. You hunted quite a thorough job. There aren't any scars. I can't even see any bruises. You don't look like you were injured at all. It's really been a miracle. Miracle? And so it must have been. He's a priest after all. Mickey looked down at herself. She was wearing the same nightgown Lena had given to her, but the tear which had rent the middle. Stitches were neat and the thread white. It was hard to tell if distance damage had done no. Mickey recognized the neat needlework. Henny must have fixed this gown for her as she slept. Her maid really was dutiful down to the smallest of details. Mickey placed one hand on her chest, trembling as she forward what happened. Exhausted the She had come between Hyde Marie and Lena her best effort. Blood spattering all across the carpet hall that filled wide. Pain was not something she could forget in a hurry. Wincing, Mickey looked away, and doing so saw Lena. Lena was sitting beside Henny, pale eyelashes, lips pursed and silent. Her hands rested upon her lap, her head flung forwards like that of a doll's. She was quite motionless, like her weak sunlight which put out her even paler hair. Oh, Lena. Mickey sighed and turned to Henny. She alright, Henny? She isn't ill, is she? Her? I guess at Lena. Seeing her for the first time, then frowned. If she is ill, it's with nothing more than words. You needn't fuss though. She's fine, at least as far as an undead can be. She's just sleeping. Don't blink. She's been sitting at your side ever since we brought you here. Not had a single wink of sleep all this time, not until she dropped off a few hours earlier. Really? My face flushed, touched at Lena's thoughtful. He cares for me that much. Never stopped so much. Her action blindingly obvious. I'll admit, I didn't think much of her at first. Can you blame me? After all she put you through, but my opinion has really turned around. I didn't think vampires could be so caring, but it's plain as day she adores you. She was beside herself when you slept. She looked like, oh, I don't know, like a woman who'd lost all will to live. She fell onto the ground and then, well, Penny shook her head and, why are you asking about Lena, Mickey? After all you've been through, shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself? Maybe I should, but I worry regardless. I don't know, I know I have you to care for me. Wonderful, that movie. Lena, she hasn't had anybody care for her in a long, long, all on her own. That's why I have to worry about her. Nobody else will. Mima, you must like her an awful lot. So I suppose you would have left to her defense if you're just like a knight back then. You are missing the sword and the shining armor. And the dignity. Becky smiled thinly. It caused quite a scene back then, my mother might say. I was so afraid, I wasn't sure what else I was supposed to do. I could only think about helping Lena, but now I fear my rashness hurt her. It's been in a bad way, I won't deny it, but that blame for that can't be leaned forward. I think she's been upset about the young mistress of hers too, Kathy. All very sudden. It hadn't been nearly enough time to get the why it's almost enough to make me sorry for her, and all this after she kidnapped you. I think she's quite sorry, creature. Her mistress, Vicky's brow furrowed. She could remember her own agonizing clear, since which led to that chest being less loose. Her thoughts were all disordered like an jigsaw, and trying to slot every piece into its rightful place was like an impossibility. She thought that she could recall, however, a faint memory which imprinted herself on her. She could remember the stench of blood. He had come to her bedroom while she was in her nightgown and big. Taking her hand, Henny led her through the bare feet pounding against the wall. Together, the two women had passed a large bedroom, the door jarring upon them. Mickey winced and pressed her hand to her mouth. Yes, she could still remember that. Mickey let her eyes fall upon Lena once for a good 10 years. Lena had no need but quite sound. Her chest did not rise, and neither did her eyelids. In her sleep, she really did look like a doll. One which was devoid of life. Her mistress wasn't that young girl, was she? That's right. Lena had talked to me about her circumstances, they were both tending to. But if you want to know, just be served asking her. I'm able to explain everything properly. Awfully. But look here now. Henny glanced at Lena. Beginning to stir. All our talk must have. What? True to Henny's words, Lena finally started to shift. Her pale eyelids fluttered, still drowsy. Her once still chest, meanwhile, rose and fell with clarity of breathing. It was unnecessary, of course, being undead. Lena had no need to breathe, but it must have been instinctive action, something only ceased when Lena's conscious. I think I'll make myself. Sure, you have a lot you'd like to talk about with Lena. Sure, she has a lot she'd like to talk about with you. She wouldn't stop talking about you, while you were unconscious. Hard to see. According to word, she's even more devoted than I am. We love Lena. Penny withdrew, laughing softly as she did. Before she left the room, she paused to say, I'll be back to check on you later. I'm glad for the present. No, you're alright. I really was worried. What was that? Hello! Hi, hello raiders. Hi. Hoi. So we're almost done and I was gonna raid into you. Hi Everynyan. My name's Eve. I had to get ready to leave for friends. Oh, okay. Hello, Raiders. My name's Eve Petrichor. Very cute. Very sane. Broken Angel Catgirl Nya. I remembered my intro. I forget it sometimes. Anyways, we're playing Cage of Roses. It's a visual novel. It's really cute. I really like the vampire lady. She's me for real. We'll see her in a minute. But yeah, I know. So you gotta run, Zale. Go do your runny thingy thing. And do parent stuff. Let me do the shout out because I'm dumb and I forget things before I forget. The fuck? Not working. Oh, I did the wrong command. I don't know why I did the exclamation mark. But yeah, if you guys are here, go follow Zayo. And then Zayo, go do your dash and run thingy thing. Go do your stuff you gotta do. Bye bye. Happy New Year. I will talk to you tomorrow. Bye boys. And we'll go back to our thingy because we're almost done. Door closed behind Henny with a thud, leaving both Mickey and Magdalena alone together. Lena was sitting up now, her red eyes wide. Sigh of relief. Mickey, oh Mickey, you're awake. Are you alright? Mickey began, and a response half formed upon her lips, but she hadn't the time to fully formulate it when Lena flew to her. Mickey felt flattered at Lena's affection. She wanted to relax in her hug, but... Oh. Ow. Oops. Mickey tensed. Pain began to ripple through her every nerve, ending in fire. Feeling Mickey shudder and hearing her gasp of pain, Lena moved swiftly back, abashed. Lena had possessed the ability to blush. Her face would surely have turned pink. Oh, I'm sorry, Mickey. I apologize. I was just so relieved. I've been watching you ever since you collapsed. For the last 2 days or so, I've barely slept at all. I know you have. Henny told me. Oh, she did she? Lena pouted. I ought to have expected this win from my sales. That maid of yours is such a busy one. She was lecturing me, to take better care of myself, as though I'm not near a mortal creature who has been alive for over a century. Talk to me like I was a hopeless young girl, or maybe a weak human like me. Oh, wrong person. Yes, that's right, though I don't think you're weak at all, Megan. It was very brave of you to come between Hyde Marine, huh? Though it was also very, very foolish. Well, I can see that. It didn't occur to me. Well, it did occur, then, pray tell. Only that I wanted to protect you. Protect me? Magdalena smiled, bemused, and she... The sentiment is sweet, but you need protecting far more than I do, now more so than ever before. I'm starting to think it's no wonder that maid of yours is such a fusspot, having a mistress like you to deal with. Looking after you would turn anybody into an anxious rat. I do wish she hadn't lectured me so, though. But I suppose she meant well by me. Penny always does. She's a sweet. She's always watched out for me ever since we were... I could tell when I watched her and you, her concern was very palpable. It made me a little jealous, I must admit, to see her another fuss over you, and to know that she was on alert when you finally did awake. I wish to be the first person to see the foolish body of a tree. I might be undead, but even I need beauty. Yes, you do. You haven't been getting nearly enough. The bags under your eyes are rightfully dark. Rightfully dark. Oh, wrong person. Oh, Mickey. Magdalena smiled back. You mean to admonish me too? I've been getting earfuls of it from that maid of yours already. You can rest assured I've seen the error of my ways. I'm caring for you. I admit I have been too effusive. Wrong tab. But how can I not worry when you mean so much to me? I was terrified for your sake. You're much too delicate for your own good. Magdalena brushed her fingers in the control. You really must be more careful. If you were too stricken or get to hurt, it would destroy me, especially that hidden nothing so much. I started to feel distinctly like a third wheel. Lena, make a smile, touched by Magdalena. Let her finger rest on Magdalena. Don't tell me you're too horribly jealous of me. Only my friend. I know that, yet it hurts nonetheless. I know she loves you. Not that I can blame her. Who wouldn't love you when you're so inevitably lovable? I think you're exaggerating. Hardly. There's a lot to convey. though your intelligence might not be on the top of them. Here, Magdalena smiled. Two women shared a laugh, soft and falling rain, face subdued by the ache in her chest, yet the fool. Once their laughter had passed, Mickey had reassured Lena that yes, she was right, and though her unexpected break hadn't hurt not that much. Mickey then dared to ask a question which was playing upon her mind since she had awoken. I was just wondering. When Henny tried to run away with me last night, or maybe it was the night before, I don't remember, my head is all jumbled. I passed by an open bedroom and inside, well, I saw a girl shackled to a bed lying in the shadows. I didn't get a good look at her, but she was very young. She had been very dead. I don't want to pry into this. Might be a good question. Peculiar question. But, was that small girl your mistress? Silence descended between them, following the... Mickey glanced at Magdalena. Her eyelashes at Magdalena back, her face deadly pale. For a while, Magdalena was quiet, her lips. Then, after hearing a small sigh, she spoke. Ah, yes, so you've come back to this, that girl. I thought you might ask about her, and for good reason. She was indeed my mistress. She really was a poor... My mistress's name, that poor creature, she was called Christelle, though perhaps she had no need for that title after she was... Names are a courtesy only humans are granted, while she might have looked like a person. In humanity, she might have once had been stolen from her a long time. She couldn't talk. I'm unsure whether she could even think, beyond thirsting for blood. She was less a girl than a force of nature, always hungry. It wasn't always that way, though. Christelle used to be very sweet. I can scarcely believe myself. She changed so much, but it wasn't her fault. She didn't ask for anything to happen, neither did I. It was very unfortunate. What happened? Vicky wasted this question quietly, her eyes open. Would you mind telling me about how you, Christelle, came to be vampires and how you came to serve her? Fine if you wish to keep it to yourself, but there's so much about you. I want to get to know you better, Lynn. I know I won't be able to undo the past. Talking about it might help, unless you think I'm being presumptuous and asking too much of you. No, it's fine. I don't think you're overstepping your boundaries. How could you, after all we've done together? You know so much about me already. Spilling a few more secrets can hardly hurt at this point. But I'm not entirely sure where to begin. At the start, maybe. With my birth to a poor yet happy family, and again, a little note of consequence. Well, that is going very far back in a century. I would not only get single if I started talking about my mother and father, not that I could even cry over them. Well, I think I'll spare you all that. I think I'll begin instead at... Let's see. Maybe it would be best to commence my tale when I first met Kristen. Magdalena shifted in an attempt to make it much more comfortable. Her tale began in earnest. I was only 15 years old at the time and naive for my... Perhaps I was too young to work, but my parents needed the money and the girls younger than I often went to serve. It's not so very different now. I've gathered as Does that mean you were a maid? Indeed, I was. I was a maid and I worked in this years and years prior. Hi, baby. Hi. What are you sniffing my face for? Mwah. 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 My baby. Getting up again. Kiss 13. Years prior, for Christelle's family, the von Schlick. It was before this house fallen into rack and ruin, where the hallways were thick with dust before the air reeked of death. I was young and fresh-faced. Christelle, she was not yet 3 years old when I began to work here. During my employment, I watched her grow. She wasn't particularly pretty, bless her. She was horribly shy. She used to shrink away from the other maid. But she had a soft spot. She stayed with me while I was cleaning sometimes. Her parents had warned her, and I would try to cheer her up. She was neglected by her parents. They spoke to her, it was only to chastise her. She didn't have any friends her own age, or any siblings. I think she was lonely. That must have been why she sought out my company. I was one of the younger maids who worked for the Punchlight, and I tried to pay her special attention. She rarely smiled around anybody else, but my silly stories and jokes were able to make her laugh. She wasn't pretty, like I said, but when she smiled, Magdalena sighed. She shook her head. I so badly wanted to protect her. I had 2 younger sisters of my own, and Christelle reminded me of them. I suppose I've always been protective, but took upon myself to look out for her. The cat is back in my lap. I repeat, the cat is back in my lap. A baby. Oh, she's great. It's, Eventually, even her aloof parents took notice of their daughter's attachment and they decided to make me Christelle's nurse. Christelle hadn't gotten along very well with their previous nurse. They'd been stolen and sulky with them. Sometimes she even bit them. Perhaps that was important for what was to come later. But I can't blame Christelle for lashing out, constantly pushed around at the whims of others. The lady herself, I imagine you must know what it felt, rattling around this empty house on her. Yes, I can imagine. My childhood was much the same. I never bit me. I used to climb the trees in the garden, though, blackberries and once I sneaked with my family's mausoleum. My mother was furious with me. I knew she was. But I did it all the time. I think I was tired of listening to others all the time. So stiff. I suspect it was the same for Christmas. House. Magdalena just gestured around Make's bedroom with the high ceiling, wide window, strong curtains. The gray garden might be large, but was lacking in it. It was cold even. It was nothing more than a cave. Christelle couldn't stand it. In fact, I think she despised it. She was at her happiest when 2 of us were walking through the garden hand of her servant. All of their gas. Christelle and I became so close I would even accompany her when her parents attended functions or soirees further Augsburg and beyond. Von Schleifens were very well known. They were very much debated. If they didn't have half of Bavaria staying, they would be paying visits all across the country. There were near constant festivities occurred for 3 years, until an unfortunate event put paid to them quite quickly. Magdalena paused, now one hand resting upon her. Her expression was pensive, her brow furrowed, and for a few minutes before she gathered her threads of her tongue. It was on a dark, stormy night. We don't these stories often begin like that when it happened? Von Schleifens returning home from visiting a noble family. Regensburg. It's been so very long, I don't know. Von Schleifens didn't often take Christelle with them and went on an excursion. I believe they stayed with the week of festivities, perhaps there was a special occasion, maybe a wedding. I'd been ordered to come with them to keep an eye on Christelle. She was too young for dancing. I remember the carriage was winding its way to the forest. It was cold and foggy. The moon was a full sun. Round as was a few nights prior, like a giant eye. Christelle had fallen asleep, lying her head on my lap. I was trying to stay awake myself, but beginning to doze. It was well past midnight. Traveling for hours now. A handful of other servants had come with us to attend the Von Schleifens. They were in different carriages. We were almost at our host's home. I think we were when it happened. Magdalena's expression darkened, her facing fingers clutching to. We were attacked while we were in the forest, not by bandits as you were, but by something being much more sinister. It all happened so quickly, I wasn't entirely sure what happened. Later, the gift of hindsight, I can say what it must have been. It was a vampire. It must have been desperate, attacking people with a carriage. 2 carriages, in fact, but I suppose they knew humans would be no match for them, no matter how many they were. Perhaps they were not desperate then, but lashed out slowly because they could, because... I have no idea, I cannot say. It happened so quickly, I never saw the faces back up. Not for more than a few months. I didn't even know whether it was a man or a woman. All I know is that at one point the carriage was wending its way through the woods, blessed in the next. Magdalena's voice trailed off and her fingernails dug into her thighs. She inhaled, perhaps gathering her nerves, scattered her thoughts. I knew something was wrong when I woke up. Hey baby, hi. I hadn't thought that I would ever wake up again, not in so much pain. The darkness had realized I was lying open on the first floor, scattered leaves, converted doll. My head hurt, so did my lips. Awful taste, my mouth vomited. I do remember feeling that something hit my skin. I pressed a finger to my neck, and I felt 2 marks were perforated my skin. That shook me. Even then, what happened in I pressed my finger to the side of my wrist. I thought I was being silly, fantasizing me. I'd always been one to swept up in my own daydreams. I realized my skin was cold to the touch and hard. I felt like a marble. That was when I realized that I must have opened my eyes and appeared to live. It was not the same Magdalena. I wasn't really alive either. I was dead. I didn't need to breathe. My heart didn't need. I could still think and sit up and walk. It was quite the shock, but I came to terms with it more quickly than you might. I had to come to terms with it. Lying in the middle of the forest as I was, I had no other choice. I don't know how I knew, but I was criminally aware that their sun as while I was still turned to ashes. I looked around and soon found the carriage I had traveled and tipped to one side. The Lord and Lady Much Life on the side, their bodies made. They were dead, at least properly dead, unlike didn't need to check their pulses to tell. The other servants that they traveled had been only dispatched. Some were in one piece, others had not been. Had been butchered, I suppose the only word for it. Bits of them were strewn about everywhere. Why would I been bitten so clean? My assailant had torn me apart like the doubt I would have been able to. But never mind that. No good will come of trying to guess the motive of my attack. I don't know who attacked us, why they spared me. It's probably a whim. I wasn't the only one who survived the assault either, though I wish I was. I found her lying upon the forest, legs bent up. I thought she was dead, but when I reached out to feel her pulse, she shifted, and that was when I still had died, but she had been turned only 6 years. Magdalena winced at this. Later, her fingers twisted as though part which no. I was able to retain much of my rationality after I was less, but my young mistress was left. The sweet, shy, stubborn girl I knew had vanished when she woke up. She lost all sense of right and wrong and did nothing to save her own insatiable lust for bliss. Her desire was so intense, I think it overwhelmed all her others. She could no longer talk upon her, could no longer smile, she was out of. I did not realize that, however, until I took her back home. I made it back where the first rays of the sun rose, carrying Christelle on my back. She had been half asleep with the carriage. She had been docile enough, but she returned home. There were still servants who resided there. Tell she. Magdalena gritted her teeth. I couldn't stop her. I didn't expect it. I had no idea she was capable of such cruelty. As soon as I learned why I'd erred in my judgment, when she tore her way through the servants who stood inside and slipped into their quarters quicker than swifter than a cat. She was short-working. Murdered all this cruelty remains in the heads and the house and the floor. By the time I caught her, it was too late. Murdered dozens of servants who were dripping with gore. There was chunks of flesh between her nails and in her hair, and the smell. Magdalena pressed her hand to her mouth. The worst part was all the expression on her face as she carried out these atrocities. She didn't look like acid or she didn't seem particularly euphoric either. Her face was just blank, like a slate, and completely empty. Killing didn't seem to rouse any particular, but she killed all the same because of what her instincts told her to do. Like a rabid animal, she'd do nothing save attacking. She wore her fangs and her claws, she killed them all of them. Her servants' quarters looked like a scene from hell itself. Blood. I'm ashamed to admit that I found the smell quite enticing. The horror of it helped confuse. I'm no longer a human. Just my sense of how to behave as Christian. She was a child, and I was an adult. I told myself that I would act better. I knew I didn't reintroduce Stella in a society or anything. I was afraid she wouldn't harm anybody. Find her inside to her. Stop her from causing any further chaos. And I devoted myself to finding victims first as she would. I'd hoped animal blood would be enough to satiate her. Turn her nose up at it. She would only drink the blood of humans. It had to be fresh. I had no choice but to kill on her behalf. I tried to do so without drawing too much. I've been looking after Christelle for the last sentence. While Christelle slept, I had a lot of free time. I taught myself how to read, how to write, made use of all the books in the library, the von Schleifen book. Fashioned myself ideals. After being a maid for some I wanted to act more important than I was. Part of me even believed I deserved to act this. vampire. I'm stronger now. After all, innocence could ever hope to dream of me. It was quite rushed, I'll admit, when I slew my first victim for Cel's sake. It was thrilling, almost, to bring down a grown man with. Part of me took delight in my powers. Another great part of me grappled with the cruelty of my actions. I tried to target people who deserved it, much like the bandits who pursued to inherit Enrique, but that hasn't always been possible. Okay? I've killed any number of innocent people. I try to tell myself that I was not like her, at least I am rational. When I consider all the evils I committed over the years, I have to wonder, am I really any better than she? My vampire too. With all said and done, I should have died over a century. I can play at being cute well enough, better than any other of my kind, and I too try to remember my manners. The fine clothes I wear are all for show, as is my affected way of talking. Marcel might have been a monster, but she was never trying to pretend to be otherwise. She was too earnest for it. I, meanwhile, got about as if I am worth more than I am. I am a real lady. Magdalena scoffed, though it was out in the grim simile of a. Her eyes were dark and joyous. Never be a lady. Yeah, I wasn't born into noble. I was a hapless maid. I'm not even that. I'm a monster, a murderer. I have no right to act with all these arrogant voices. So much better than anybody else. No right to be alive at all. I know. AK sighed thus. Magdalena looked at her companion with one of Magdalena's gloved hands seized it and said, "You might see yourself as a. I don't. I could never regret." No. Magdalena, her shoulders trembled. Her eyes always dry and avoided. You don't think of me wicked after I caused you so much suffering? I kidnapped you, and if Hyde Marie hadn't killed my poor mistress, certain I would have, as I have so many others. Yes, but it's not as though you tricked me. Let me, no illusions. I remain. You warned me, but still I persisted. You would have let me go, remember, had I not come. Well, of course I remember. It was your selfless sacrifice which first made me regard you, not as another morsel, but as an equal. I thought you made the way you treated Henry. It was admirable. My own mistress, Christelle's mother, that is, would never have been so. I can English. I was never regarded as a friend. I was only ever a servant. In that sense, I suppose I'm somewhat jealous of you and Penny. She is lucky to have a mistress. Christelle was very lucky to have a maid like you. It was such an unfeeling lady. Stayed by her while she was alive and continued to serve her after she took care of you. That is why you performed so many immoral actions. It wasn't for the fun of it, nor hunted down all those who traversed you. You did it because of your overwhelming loyalty. You did not want to let her die. Is that not right? It is, but yes, but oh, Hyde Marie, right this way. Though I am not the best of it, woefully frightened. The young girl I have cared for died a long, long time ago. She looks somewhat akin to my Christelle, but she was not hers. She was not human. By prolonging her life in so unnatural way, I only made her suffer more. If I truly loved her, I never would have changed her as I did. I could have let her starve. That would have been a real kindness. Easier to say that. I should have done that now. I would have had it in you. I don't think you would have had it in you. You kill my mistress. Vicky nodded. I know you'd like to posture your heartless mom. That isn't true. You're far nicer. Say that you could have let your mistress starve, but I doubt you could have let that happen. You would have felt her too much. It wasn't her fault after all. She was. No, it wasn't. You're quite right about that. My mistress was innocent. Only a child. I don't think she really knew what it was to. But she was still in incredible danger. All that more because she did not understand her own strength. Certainly did not recognize me after she always been fond of me and alive. I would sit with her every day and try to penetrate the fog which shrouded her memory. If she had known who I was, she would have hurt me. but she's still dead. I knew she would cause others, yet I still could not kill her. I pitied her far too much. She was far beyond any being detestable, but I could not say the same for myself. I still maintained my after being killed. And I knew what I was doing was wrong. My hands are stained with so much blood that I would never be able to wash them. I'm glad that you still seem to care for me, Mickey, but how can you bear to be with me? Don't you think of me unforgivably wicked? You might think you are wicked. I've certainly said enough times, but I do not. You were put in a difficult place, but I think you did the best you could. You're not a bad person, Lena. You're just an... Never asked to be turned into a vampire either. I know that, but how am I supposed to live my life now? How can I ever forgive myself? Silence filled the room following Lena's exclamation. Her chest rose and fell, sharp uneven breath, and her eyelids drooped. Though Lena's skin was untouched by aid, they pulled in her eyes, which seemed all of a sudden unfathomably deep, were full of self-loathing, making her might drown in them. Mickey could see now beyond all of Lena's bravado, one clear, unmistakable truth. To see that Lena despised herself. Lena had despised herself for many, many years, ever since Lena could not love herself, for she had become something she considered evil. But Mickey could. She realized, been in love with Lena for a long while already. Lena, Mickey spoke softly while saying, I can't say when or even if you'll forgive yourself. That isn't something for me to decide. You'll have to think about all that you've done on your own, try to come to your own conclusion. Yes, I thought you might say that, as I feared. Well, it's been a century to think about, and I already know what I don't believe that I can be. It's impossible. I've done too many awful things. Hyde and Marie should put me to death. Times, and not even that would be enough to cleanse all of my stench. Too great, and they weigh upon me much too heavily. That night be true for you, and that is true. I don't know all the pain. I know instead only of how you treated me. I know that you did not wish to cause me hurt. Mickey leant in and then pressed her other hand at Lena, cupping it gently. And I know that if you can't forgive yourself, I can't. I forgive you not on behalf of your other. And I'm afraid I don't have that authority, but for all you've ever done. Really mean that? Mickey nodded. I don't hate you. I certainly don't think. How could I when I care so deep? You've come to mean a good deal to me during the week we spent together, and I'm being honest. I don't ever want to be parted from you. Mickey, oh Mickey. Magdalena sniffled, her pale eyelashes. I don't think I deserve your kindness, not your or your fun, but I'm not arrogant enough to assume I can tell you how to be. Though I know I've often acted like it. Feelings are your own. You like me as much as you say, and I suppose I'll have to accept it. I really understand, but a small smile caught the corner of Lena's lips, thinner than a piece. Like you too, Mickey. Oh, Lena. Mickey. Mickey Linton face parted. There came a brief pause, about a second, like a gap, and carrying a bolt of lightning at one another. They swallowed as though in unison. It was Mickey who moved first, but Lena soon followed her. Bridging the infinitesimally short space between. Don't bang me! They parted lips and then pressed their mouths together. This is the second time they kissed. It was very soft and gentle, tender kind of kiss, different from the ones they had shared before, after Lena had drank her blood. It was a kiss born not from fear that soon their acquaintance would end, that they were for the future. The kiss lasted only for a few moments, but it might have endured for longer. There was somebody tied up, but it was somebody that got killed, so we're not going to talk about it. Had both women not been interrupted by the sound of startled gasps. Oh my! Honey! Mickey and Magdalena pulled away, Mickey blushing abashedly, glanced over at the doorway. There Henny stood, her eyes wide, frozen like a figure in a photograph. She ruined that! God damn it! God damn it, Henny! She was almost gray-faced enough for her fingers curled around the door handle. Mickey had half mind to try and make excuses, tell Henny things were not as it looked, but she hadn't a chance to get any words out. Henny was already beginning to babble. I do beg your pardon, Mickey. I didn't mean to walk in on you. If you're both otherwise engaged, I can always leave. I'd hate to intrude. I can tell when I'm not one. But no, Henny. Mickey frowned, her perplexity overcome her embarrassment. Of course you're wanted. I'm always happy to see you. You don't need to apologize. Are you sure? Leave! We need to go back! Leave, Henny! To the funk Santa witch? So what happened with the emotes was somebody used them and someone in another streamer's chat and they got reported. And so they got removed. They got used in another streamer's chat that wasn't one of my friends. I can't. Which bandit? Seemed like the pair of you were change the color of it. It's literally my color. I can't change the color of it. Seemed like the pair of you were rather busy. Not that I can blame you for it. Not had a chance to be alone in quite a while. I'm sure Magdalena is pleased to see that you've recovered. It's only natural you would want to celebrate, though I must admit I'm somewhat surprised to discover how close you are. This isn't to say I'm judging you for it, though I'm happy, in fact. You are? Of course. Though I think it's a wonderful thing for you to care for Melina so much. It doesn't matter to me that she's a woman or even that she's a vampire. You've always been such an individual. That's an unusual person could win your heart. Not that I mean to insult you. That's alright. I know I must seem awfully unusual in the eyes of you humans. I cannot blame you for being surprised at making... Shall we term it? Magdalena smiled and her eyes crinkled. Affection stayed towards me. In fact, I'm rather surprised at it myself. I did not think when I first imprisoned her we would ever become so close. She's rather unique though, as far as young ladies go. Not at all like the prissy young madam I once believed her to be. Oh yes, my make has always been unique. She used to get into all sorts of scrapes when she was young. Her mother would almost hit the roof, she would, at some of her... Well, I can imagine Magdalena tittered and glancing at Mickey began to toy with a few locks of her hair. You're a naughty girl, Mickey. Ooh. As a child, maybe. I fear Hen is misrepresenting. I stopped acting half so wayward on my 13th birthday. I thought I ought to start acting more like a young lady. If I'm being wholly honest, scolded so incessantly by my mother began to grate on me. I thought my life would be easier if I changed my attitude. But it didn't change, but it did make me happy. Yes, you had mentioned your mother sounded rather overbearing. She was very overbearing. Decided in every aspect of my life. Sometimes I could feel I could not even sneeze without her permission. That's often the way with nobility. I know of it well. Having much experience with the elite, I was often punished and quite tedious. I was at the beck and call of my so-called superior. I was at my mother's beck and call to fight being. I was supposed to be a lady, but I felt more like a servant. I think I might have even less freedom than Hen did. My mother decided what I wore, what I ate, when I... That wasn't enough. She also meant to decide who I would love. My poor mistress. I know you never had much care for her heart, and after spending so much time in his venerable company, I can see why. That man is an ass. Oh, he is, isn't he? All that Latin. A.K. pulled it. He's such a bore. So stuck up and self-important, it wasn't enough to turn my stomach. He was small-minded, too, all his airs. Can you believe, Mickey, that he didn't care tuppence about what might have happened to you? Well, you've been kidnapped, and yet he didn't even attempt to try to find you. It was an So, oh, I don't know. You know, he'd written you off as a bad businessman, like a cargo that had fallen off a trading ship during a storm. That is often how it's felt. Yes. I'm not surprised that Herger Hart did not rush to my rescue. It would have been more surprising if he had. I would have been very happy if I never saw him again. That's something I can concur with it. No need for a fiancé now, not when you have me. Oh my. Penny's face, which began to cool during her indictment of her heart, now began to color anew. The pair of you certainly are close, aren't you? That kiss ought to have given it away, I suppose, but well, this is an awful lot for me to come to terms with, though I suppose it's nothing so very scandalous, now that I know vampires exist, and miracles. When I think about all that, I suppose it shouldn't be surprising that two women might fall in love, just as a woman and man might. I'll admit, I've never given it much thought to myself, but if you two are happy, who am I to judge? You might have kidnapped my Mickey, Magdalena, but you have certainly been more attentive to her needs than her so-called fiancé. At the very least, you seem to care for her. Oh, you needn't worry about that. I care for Mickey a good deal. I might have done many wicked things in my life, but I am not devoid of it. Neither am I impervious to it. I've been alone for a very long time, but Mickey has stolen my heart. Well, the room's been cleaned up too. I wonder if this is I think this is the same room, but it's been cleaned up now, kind of. I just now noticed that. Lena. It isn't much of a heart, of course, given it no. But for what it's worth, my feelings are sincere. I really do love you. So cute! Oh my god, I love Lena. And I love you. And I promise you that. I am very glad to hear it. Your relationship might raise a few eyebrows, but I don't care much about that. As far as you're happy, Mickey, then correct. What is correct anymore? I'm trying to think all these rules and customs made up just to give us little folk and us larger folk two more hoops to jump through. Why can't two women be in love if that's how they feel? Exactly! There's a baby in front of my thingy. And she stepped on the mouse and took something. Get away from the keyboard! Yo! Stop it! He's wanting to push it. Like, yeah, what are you doing? Oh my god. What are you doing? I, for one, think the world could use more love, not less. Feelings such as this should be celebrated. Penny. Mickey smiled, touched her maid's impassioned words. Thank you for being so understanding. I'm not sure what I would have done if you rejected. What is wrong with you? Come here. Wow. You are rubbing over everything, you itchy baby. As if I would. I hope you weren't worrying about that, Mickey. What a waste of time if you were. You should know by now that I never judge you. Why I spent the last few weeks out of my mind with worry, scrambling to save. Your fiancé, ex-fiancé, should say, threatened to have me thrown in an asylum for worrying about you two. Oh goodness, he didn't, did he? Yes, he did. Not just once, but twice. Said he was concerned about my safety. I am gonna grab you. Oh my god, you silly baby. Leave a word of it. He just wanted me out of his way. Bah! Henry turned and spat upon the carpet. Let's not talk about him no more. He's not like we'll be seeing him again. A good riddance, I say. I've had enough Latin to last me a lifetime. Mickey began to giggle. This did Henry. Anna, who had not had the pleasure of meeting Walter Hart, was less amused but smiled to see Mickey so happy. Once this moment of merriment passed, Henry folded his arms and said, "Now, is all well and good saying we won't do. I'm starting to wonder about the future. Do either of you have any plans? You don't intend to stay in the forest, do you, in this house?" "Oh, no. I've no fondness for it. I never liked it much when I worked. I like it less now it's been incarcerated for a century. This place has always felt like a prison despite being so grandiose. Much too big for its own good. It was impossible. I'm practically falling apart at my very ears. Baby? You're not to worry about that. This place needs a thorough cleaning. Halfway habit. Even then, I think it's less a month for 2 years. No one will ever feel like it. Lady Von Essen would have beside herself if her house was one. This place, unfortunately, has never felt like a home. It isn't where I was born, not where I belong. My own family came from England. It isn't so far from Oxford. I would like to see my parents again, or my younger sister. They will be long dead by now. There's nothing left for me to be abode. Half decade already. Nothing but the young. There's nothing for me in Ennigan, nor in Augsburg. The vampire, there's nothing for me anywhere. I have nowhere I can call my home now. But I think I could make a home if I could remain with Nathan. Perhaps I could even be happy. What do you think? Would you like to live with me? At least we would never make you work with your embroidery like your mother. I wouldn't try to marry you off either. You'd even read all the books you want. I wouldn't chastise you. Ah yes, I would love that, but where would we go? How would we live? I'm not wholly sure, but I have a few. Appreciated though this abode is, and troubling with it. His rooms and halls are full of valuables. Lord von Steifen was an avid collector of curios from they're full of trinkets, not the effect a good price, good buyer. I think if we were to sell a lot of those old bits and pieces, we'd be able to embark on a new life together with minimal difficulty. As for where we will go, I'm undecided. Perhaps we shouldn't settle on a location, right? Anything will be fine. If I am with you. Oh, Lena. Nikki trembled at both Lena's gentle words and her touch. Her cheeks turned pink. So oft did when she and Lena were together. It was with a sigh that she said, I want to stay with you too. There's nothing I want more. And me. If you need a hand hawking your wares, then please make full use of me. My father used to sell his wares all across the country. And I used to help when I was younger. I'd be more than happy to fetch your bits and pieces to Augsburg if you need. We've gathered enough funds to move away with you. I wouldn't get in your way, of course. I'd give you Paris some privacy, but I couldn't bear to be parted from making, not when she's such a good friend. Why can't we stay together? Of course we can. I don't want to be parted from you either, Hen, unless... Make a pause to look at Lena. Would you have an issue with that? With Henrique? Lena smiled thinly. I might be a little jealous, maybe. But no, I would not mind it. I would appreciate her going to offer. Shipping all the valuables to the whole pile would be quite the task. I don't know if I'd be able to do it on my own. You won't be on your own. I can work as diligently as a partner, so I've heard, and I'm no stranger. Do that, then. It sounds like a wonderful plan. If I was on my own, I doubt I'd have much of a future. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. Perhaps I would solve one of the church's executors' purpose, that I might be granted some rest. In all my afterlife, caring for my young mistress, I always feared that without her I would be lost. Now I know that isn't the case. I have found an unlikely friend in you, Henry, and even more unlikely lover, and who knows? If I stay with you, even a monster like me will be happy. Yay! We got it! We read the 4th act. Cage of Roses. Writing Ebby. I'll have to look at more of their stuff. Programming. Oh my god, they did the entire thing. Hold on. Character designer Roxy R. The character designs were really, really good. Or Roxy R. The cat sleeping in my lap and in my... Mostly in my arm. Baby. A while ago. Sound effect. We're free to... In Renpy? Oh, was it made in Renpy? I didn't even look. I'll look at Ebby maybe. Because this was really... Alright. Epilogue. Sunflowers and sun. Oh my god, there's an epilogue! Hold on, we're not done yet. I don't think it'll be very long. It was late in the evening in Paris, and the sun had already set. The moon was round and white in the sky like an... Despite the lateness of the hour, however, the streets were still lively. Carriages went up and down the cobbled street, horses' hooves striking the ground at regular intervals, while the vast wheels of slumbering vehicles rumbled like... Always busy in Paris, so Mickey discovered rain or shine, day or night, especially in Avenue Montaigne, which was full of expensive shops which catered to the most privileged customers. Theater goers and opera enthusiasts, old past make their fashionable hats and Preferred hair illuminated the street lamp, while their servants hurried in their way, carrying boxes and bags they spent shopping. Young girls, meanwhile, some of them not much older than 10 or 11, tried to hawk various goods to those who passed. Roasted hazelnuts or wilting daisies picked from. Most of the passers-by ignored these streets. Ike was less cool. She paused by one such flower girl, particularly a young thing with dark hair and faded skin, looked eerily like Magdalena's departed mistress, with furrow upon her brow. Ike had lived in Paris for well over a year and began to feel almost at home. The stark disparity between the four did not weigh upon her, however. Ike could not help but feel that for the girl, especially when she herself was. It seemed to be cruel to simply walk past 20 similar children. She knew distributing a handful of coins here and there with little tangible benefit. She paused for a few moments, perturbed when. Here you are, young madam. You keep it. It's well deserved for these flowers. So very. Oh my gosh, it's Lena! Look at her! Very colorful. I'm not a fan, but very colorful. Magdalena approached a dark-haired girl, handing her several coins from her pocket with her. She and Lena shared Meike's sentiment for girls. She too seen the resemblance of her style. Almost. Meike wasn't sure, but Lena seemed rather enjoying her role as the girl's mother. She beamed, now resting a gloved hand on the girl. On shade, would you mind giving me your finest bloom for my fair lady? Please give her something which would set off her lovely red hair. Lovely. I want my lady to look her best. Oh yes, the young flower girls who seemed to be about 12 or 13, older than Christelle then, giggled and then reached out into her wicker basket and giggled and took her first. Rooted inside the basket, shifting the flowers that probably ill-gotten bloom snatched from noble woman's front garment. Within it, it's voila. Two sunflowers larger than the sunblooms in her basket, quite magnificent with thin, bright yellow. Sunflowers large enough to be ostentatious. But Magdalena didn't seem. That she seemed quite pleased with the flowers, as they were fine church wood full. She beamed, though not too wildly. Wouldn't do to startle the girl with her sharp insight. Thank you kindly, mademoiselle. You are too kind. Remember, they will look wonderful. I'm sure she will. There's no way she won't. Kind mademoiselle. Not when she's so pretty. Our suit for tea and things again. God bless you. Oh. Magdalena paused, standing by the roadside. The flower girl took off, practically beaming from ear to ear. Sweet, well-meaning apple. God bless you. After struck a chord. Looked quite booming. She blinked beneath the brim of her hat, holding the stems of the large sunflowers beneath her gloved feet. She mutely looked at the crowd to which the flower girl had run, her hair shifting into the breeze. Then she frowned. For God bless me. Often I felt as he had forsaken me. Lady Magdalena, there's Henny. Henny, who had been walking apace with Meike, had her hands laden with various boxes from the latest shopping excursion, now paused. Are you alright? You look very deep in thought. What? Magdalena blinked, like waking from one long dream, and shook her head. Faintly she smiled, quite unlike any of the smiles Meike turned. Von Schleifen's old trouble could manage the depths of the woods. In a light voice she said, never mind me. I feel perfectly fine. You sure? And he smiled teasingly, though initially uneasy around Lena. He had grown quite comfortable with during the year they had been together, and she sounded quite cheerful when, if you're not careful, you'll get swept away by the tide. You're fine. Ha! Lena chuckled at this and shook her head. I would like to see this crowd try. If they have any sense, they ought to know to keep their distance. True to Lena's words, the crowd was giving her some busy through the streets, men and women, their children too, naturally avoid her. They knew no good was reporting with such a maid. Though Lena was short of stature and rather skinny, she had a sort of aura which seemed to render most people uneasy. With her red eyes, or perhaps her pale skin. Meike was unsure, but it made shopping easier than otherwise had been. Or never jostle when to offer either. The flower girl from earlier must have been an unusually stern stop if she had not been perturbed by Lena. Rather, she had been that desperate for gold coins, she hadn't much cared about this sister she was. Well, true enough. We have not had to worry about pickpockets with Brown. You really shouldn't stand out like that. You're feeling unwell, are you? I'm quite alright, thanks. I fear this street may be too crowded for my however, and it's much too nice. Just apart for now. We could use some. Lena turned and making followed in her footsteps. The trio of women left Everynyan Hagen, yeah, right. Which was busy in all hours, retreated the riverside to acquire part of Paris. There's fewer opera enthusiasts. Gentlemen. Okay, baby. Sound of their carriage faded. Sound of carriages faded away to be replaced by the humming of the water of this ardent pack from nearby depths. Even darker now it had been. The sky was rich in stars, fringed all around the scene. Moon's light caught Madison's fair hair. It seemed to shine like silver, obscured through the brim of her hat. Lena rarely went outdoors without a hat, though this might have been a necessary precaution. It took care to never leave the house when it was light, when it was too bright. Vicky sometimes found it unfortunate she could not promenade with Lena during the sunlight hours, but she never once begrudged Lena for it. She enjoyed going outdoors with her partner when the sun was beginning to set, when the cool, crisp breeze was full of secrets, and the gas seemed to be the dawning of a day. Whoa, that's pretty. Free from the crowds, Lena turned to me. Oh my gosh, Mickey is wearing her necklace now. Her outfit's cute. And the sunflower in her hair. Free from the crowds, Lena turned to me. Then very gently, she stepped forward.
How does this work? Is it abusable?
That's how it works. And then threaded through Mickey's copper hair, delicate gestures. Magdalena beheld Mickey, her red eyes full of some of Mickey could not quite place. Affection. Perhaps something. Now that we're on our own, young flower girl's missing. Such kind words are wasted given my truth. I hope God blesses you. You deserve it. Oh, look at it! So cute. Lena. Mickey blinked, a blush rose her pale pink. That's very kind of you, but I think you deserve a few of those blessings. I wouldn't want to take them. Wouldn't that be greedy? Not at all. You can be as greedy as you want with everything I have. I do belong to you after all, body and soul. And really, you shouldn't need to worry about God's. No. No, after all, I have. Lena's red eyes softened. A gust of wind blew stirring her hair. Her long yellow sunflower Mickey's hair was so very striking it might have been garish. Especially when contrasted with her shocking red hair. But it was late and the lights were dim. The sunflower scent seemed very soft and lovely. The sunflower seemed to carry within it a whole wealth of it was the sun that which Lena could not stand for fear that she would burn to a crisp, and her body would be confined to ash. Lena could not step out during the day, but she did not need to. Now she had makeup. Mickey would continue to shine upon her, smile at her. In that sense, perhaps Lena was the most fortunate. My work phone. Both women had rescued the other, allowed one another to escape, and when Lena spoke, Mickey felt her heart flutter. Mickey stared at Lena, who was so divinely all the goddesses at the end of that. And when we are together, I feel very, very blessed. The end. Oh my god, it is so good. Oh my god, there's the castle. We didn't see the rest of that art before, but now we see this art is a portrait. It has stuff below it. The castle below it. Okay. We'll have to look at the official art in a minute. Oh, and we see we got the bedroom behind her. Okay. We're at the start screen. Extras. Endium. Hide Marie. Wait, what is this? What is this? Oh, something about extra stories. I'm gonna go back to title because I don't know what this is. I don't want to. Gallery, okay. We're missing one? Oh, so this is the full art for this. Oh my gosh. The full art for that. Look at it, it's so cute. Wait. Oh, it doesn't give us the actual full, like it renders through it. This one, this is probably my favorite. This one is probably my favorite. This one was really... Hey, baby. This one was really good too. For kids, piece, 6 black and white, 5. Kids, of course, Belle, Letta's keys, Henny is Belle's father, tries to aid Belle after being kidnapped. This is their notes on. Okay. Oh, this person made blackberry honey too. Blackberry honey was another one I wanted. This was the thing. This was the trailer thing for it. It was so good. The locked one is gonna end up being the thing from the other one. I wanted to see the character sheet. The character sheet's not on here. They have them here, maybe. I was really hoping the character sheet. I don't know what this is. That's something... Oh, it's hide. This is what it is. Telling stories to... Basically just to humanize her a bit more. Oh, they're talking about the... Oh, it's basically her telling the story of them. Okay. So that was the missing extra. I wanted to see character sheets. Oh, let me check this. I got all the achievements. What did you just do? I wanted to see their character art. Aww. I don't see it anywhere. Oh well. We're gonna write a review for the game. We're just gonna give it a positive, yes. Okay. Anyways, we've done that now. I do need to get off, go shower, and go to bed. I am late for that. I wanted to do this today. I wanted to finish the game this week. And if I didn't do it today, I wasn't sure if I was gonna have enough time. It's about to be 6 p.m. I should have. Anyways, which of my friends are streaming? We're gonna go raid into them. I saw Yuki loading YouTube Studio earlier. But yeah, anyways, I guess we'll just end, it's fine. Anyways, we'll be back on Friday, or Saturday with Devour, with Mimi, Song, and maybe Kaku if she's feeling better. We'll wait and see. If not, we'll see what happens. Saturday, we'll be playing Warframe with Ivory. And then Sunday night will be D&D, so we'll see what happens with that. Anyways, bye-bye, Everynyans, bye-bye. Monday will probably be more Warframe. But I want to do more Yuri VNs. I have a bunch of VNs I want to play. So I want more and more of those. Because this was so good. Yeah, this person did Blackberry Honey too. Person did quite a few of them. I'll end up looking through them to see if any I care for. But Cage of Roses was really good. Happy we did this one. It was really, really good. But this person does a mix of stuff. Oh, they did Clear Sky Thinking too. That's on my list. Fragile Feelings is on my list. I have that one. Oh my god, they did the Fairy Secret. Oh my god, I have a bunch of DNs from them. Never mind. Oh yeah, so we'll be reading this person's stuff a lot. Because that's what I have a bunch of. They're proud. Fairy Song. Rituals. Oh my god, I have a shit ton of DNs. Okay. Yeah, so we will be playing this. We'll be doing more visual novel. Oh my god, I have so many from this. We will be playing more visual novels. I just don't know when that's gonna happen. But anyways, thank you guys for coming today. Let's go say hi to Neo. And yeah, okay. Bye everyone. Bye. Bye, everyone. /raid. No, sir. Anyways, go hang out with Neo. And yeah, bye, everyone. Bye.